Anyway, that would give me carpal tunnel. Probably if you do it too much. Many great artists who use just the mouse, and full respect to them. And I'm not one of those artists, unfortunately. I will say, to give myself a little bit of credit, I am doing well with sticking to my New Year's resolution. My New Year's resolution, I don't know if I posted it anywhere. My New Year's resolution was to learn how to draw. And I usually don't like stick to New Year's resolutions, as most of the country doesn't, technically speaking. I was going to stream. I used mouse keyboard and paint years ago. We are the same. We are the same. You and I. I don't know, I kind of liked it when it was like this a little bit. Not that much, but like. Got it. Got it. Got it. Anyway, how are y'all doing? I guess this is what I was doing yesterday. Not on Paint, but on Clip Studio. You considering tablet 2 or just PC? Just my PC. So I already bought Procreate on my computer, on my iPad. So like, why would I buy Clip Studio as well? You know, it was like use the same license, which I don't think I can. Clip Studio is very stingy about its licenses, unless they want to sponsor me, in which case they're not actually. They're actually not stingy at all. I remember someone a few months ago was crazy in Paint with mouse and keyboard. Mine is to watch One Piece. It was the last couple of years resolution too. Anyway, I have to now kill this masterpiece. Here we can start with this video that somebody sent into the stream discussion portion of the video of the Discord. But I saw this and I was like, wait,
I got the school.
I feel like I said the exact same thing, like in Discord. But we'll get to that. We'll get to Denims posting a new video calling out Ethan Klein, and also I think Emeru, I'm sure as well. I haven't watched it yet. My first reaction will be on stream. Where's the full video at? So you were right. Greg Kazar is sucks on BDS and weapons of Israel. Their policy isn't complete crap, but DSA withdrew support over that. I thought so. I knew there was something. We'll get to Benny Johnson being racist. We'll get into DSA Watch, the Twitter account, and who's behind it, which is kind of interesting. We'll get to flock cameras being destroyed across the country. And yeah, we'll get to all of that. All of that. What should we start with? What's this? Keep that open. I'll keep this open. Oh, there's also this that I saw about AI. from Jack Dorsey. I keep wanting to call him Jack Doherty, but I was like, no, that's the kick guy. Apparently, Jack Doherty also slapped Lil TJ. I don't know if y'all saw that too. Maybe it's just me. The woman from my hometown destroyed a bunch. Here, I want to see if I can find a video of the flat cameras being destroyed. Block. Here. Because my X feed, how do I do that? Like a bunch of my tweets. That's the only way. What should we start with? Let's start with first of all, start with you have to.
I got the school you on this one, Hassan Piker.
Pause. Like my or follow my art account on Instagram. Thank you, please. We'll see the consciously talking about this thing, which I talked about in Discord, which is Hassan had a clip that was posted on Twitter that was basically talking about like the spirit of America being immigrants, which was true, but saying there's not an American alive that is not descendant of an immigrant. I was like, that's not necessarily true. I understand the point that he was trying to make, but his language is a little bit imprecise. And I guess consciously also saw that clip and it kind of made the same point, apparently. And so I want to see this conversation.
I got the school you on this one, Hassan Piker. Roll the clip.
Ellis Island. Like every American citizen that currently is a natural born U.S. citizen is like a couple generations removed from not being a U.S. citizen that became a U.S. citizen due to birthright. Okay. Not just birthright, but also especially due to birthright. Like, go back far enough, and every single American, go back far enough, is the children of migrants. Okay? This is literally the United States of America. This is the most un-American thing that you could push for. I don't understand how you could even push for it.
I want to start this video by saying, Hassan, lefty to lefty, you and I agree on most things. However, I think there's a consistency when it comes to how you use words around issues like this. For instance, the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, ain't got shit to do with Ellis Island, ain't got shit to do with Europeans. It was made specifically for my ancestors. And speaking of my ancestors, we can go back as far as you want to, and I promise you, you're not going to get no trace of immigration, because we know that forced migration ain't the same thing as immigration, because, you know, words have meaning. We know that settlers, descendants of settlers, ain't the same thing as immigrants, and the settlers and descendants of immigrants. When you immigrate to somewhere, especially America, it's a colony that's already structured, it's already set up by exploitation, it's already set up by dispossession of land. When you talk about settlers, they're the ones that did that. I have a lot of sympathy because I, too, am passionate and misuse my words and mince them, and sometimes I get to be moving fast and I would say something and I meant the whole other thing. So I'm not trying to nitpick with you and make it like you a bad person because of what you said, but I do think there is a consistency that you keep on doing this. See, words have meanings, and there's a distinction between an immigrant and a settler. Calling descendants of settlers immigrants is dangerous and it's a misnomer. And yes, I know some of y'all will say, well, consciously, he was talking about white people. Let's be clear. Every European is not a descendant of an immigrant. By definition, a colonist was not an immigrant. There are a bunch of descendants of colonists here in this country. See, Mr. Piker, we know you're a smart man, and that's the reason why so many of us is disappointed in that intellectually lazy analysis that you gave. Because for you to give such a sound analysis on settler colonialism when it comes to Palestinians, I think that it's crazy that you can't acknowledge indigeneity when it comes to America, because, you know, Native Americans do exist. Every scholar I've ever read in terms of settler colonialism talk about how when they have an immigrant coming into a colony, they're migrating into exactly that, a colony that was already settled, that's already had resources extracted, has already had the land, you know what I'm saying, dispossessed. A settler is the person that does that. African Americans, we ain't settled here. We ain't migrate either. We were forced here. So when you say every single American citizen is a generation or two removed from being an immigrant, this must mean that Native Americans and Black Americans are not citizens. Words have meanings. He said every single American.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to find the message that I sent. I remember what it was. It was a few days ago, right? It was like last week. Oh, here I found it. It was this. It was the same clip too. And I said, it was last week. I said, I'm wrong for saying this is kind of a miss from Hassan. Like in a narrow sense, it's kind of correct, but it does leave out the indigenous Americans and enslaved Africans whose descendants are Americans, but weren't immigrants by any means. Right? That's kind of the crux of the argument, right? And that like, and what I didn't even address here was the term right, settlers, and how settler colonists are not immigrants. They didn't immigrate to America, they settled, right, in America, stealing land from the indigenous populations in that regard. You know what I mean? And so I understand the point that Hassan's trying to make. He's trying to appeal to like the right wingers, the pro America, you know, right wingers who are like, I hate birthright citizenship or whatever. He's talking to them, and he's saying, well, we are a country of immigrants, right? We're a country of immigrants. You know, American and immigrant go like hand in hand. So I get that, right? I understand that point, but the issue is that like it is a narrow framing that does leave out a lot of different groups of people. You know? And so I think, I don't know, I don't think there's a way to like do it that's like, you know, you're not gonna like run into that if you want to try to speak to and like change the minds of like conservatives. My issue is I don't think they care about it being a nation of immigrants, or us being a nation of immigrants, right? Like I don't think that this argument is going to move them to be like, oh well, that's right, we are a nation of immigrants, kind of thing, you know? Because when they think of immigrant, they don't think of like Haitians, for example, right? I don't know if like pointing out the fact that their ancestors immigrated here from like, you know, freaking Germany, or from France, or from, you know, wherever, is going to like move them on that front. It's appealing to normies using hyperbolic language. Ultras just want you to be technical no matter the base you're talking to. No, it's not about like appealing to normies. You have to realize, understand like that imprecisity of language, right? Imprecise language is harmful and does damage, especially if you water down the lived experiences of historically marginalized people. Like the appealing to normies can't come at the expense of like the historical context that underscores the life of my people, essentially. Like you can't do that. You just can't. Like this is a nitpicky semantic thing that is odd to focus on because you didn't technically they make that technical caveat one time. Are you black, Cheddar? Right? Are you indigenous? It may be a technical nitpick thing because it's not fucking your community. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about it. It's not something that underscores your lived experience. It's just not. Right? But for black people, for indigenous people, when it comes to our lived experience, watering that down to being, when you say that every American is descendant of an immigrant, and you have groups of people who are not descendant of immigrants, implication there is that they are not American. Even though that's not what he's saying, that type of rhetoric underscores the type of rhetoric that like feeds into the dehumanization of indigenous people and of the black experience from people who are descendant of people who were enslaved and brought over to this country against their will, and people who were colonized by, right, the settlers. It just does. I get that. I think Hassan has talked to others about those experiences before. To act like he doesn't acknowledge it because he made one hyperbolic statement. Did I say that, Cheddar? Is that what I said? Did I say that Hassan doesn't acknowledge that? Did Conscious Lee say that Hassan doesn't acknowledge that? right? Hassan was imprecise with his language in this regard. It was imprecise. You have to admit that his language is imprecise when he said that all Americans are descendants of immigrants. It does leave out the experience of, like, you understand if he said all Americans have white skin or whatever. You would understand that, like, that would be imprecise language that leaves out the number of people who don't have white skin, right? And that even if he's saying that to make a point, right, that is damaging because it feeds into this notion that indigenous Americans or like Black Americans who are descendant of slaves are not American because, you know, they don't have white skin or whatever. Right? It was imprecise language, and you were allowed to critique the imprecise language, right, for the way that he framed, like, we are all like migrants, like all Americans are migrants or whatever. Right? And there is a way you can make this point without like doing that reduction. Kind of the point. Right? And it's nitpicky to you because your Americanness as a white person, if you are American, is not ever called into question. Right? If you're a white American, the fact that you are an American is never called into question. Right? But indigenous Americans are treated as second-class citizens, and their Americanness is called into question. Right? Black American descendants of slaves, or Black Americans in general, right? But specifically in this case, descendants of slaves who are also treated as second-class citizens are not like fully treated as American. But for white people, that's never the case, right? So the impreciseness of language isn't something that ever affects you, so you don't see it as a big deal. It's something that you get to kind of just wash away. And I think people are allowed to have this critique where it's like the way that you spoke about this issue in this regard, right, left out the experiences of marginalized people in a way that can be harmful or damaging. Directing to the idea of focusing on this right now in this guy's video, like, I guess I thought we all knew that he wasn't talking about Black indigenous people in that statement. I just don't get the utility of spending time criticizing that. I'm a white American. That's my opinion. That's all my opinion I need to give on this. I would never understand the experience of getting erased in these convos. Yeah, but you still feel the need to drop your opinion like it matters. Right? Black people are allowed to have their critique. You don't get to decide that, like, oh, I just don't think this is the time for this critique, actually. I just don't understand why you would spend your time addressing this critique because, you know, I as a white person think that we have bigger things to worry about or whatever. So I must be precise because this chat is a white leftist community and it shows it often they need to hear these things. Right? And because it is a thing that, like, the chat will regurgitate, right? Because again, I acknowledged at the beginning of this discussion, I acknowledged that there are things that like I can understand the point that Hassan was trying to make with this statement, right? And here, I'll play the full statement.
This is such an insane and fundamentally un-American concept. I cannot begin to explain this to you, okay? Ellis Island. Like every American citizen that currently is a natural-born U.S. citizen is like a couple generations removed from not being a U.S. citizen that became a U.S. citizen due to birthright, okay? Not just birthright, but also especially due to birthright. Like, go back far enough, and every single American, go back far enough, is the children of migrants. Okay? This is literally the United States of America.
Right. And the issue is that I don't think white people understand just how reduced, even in like left-wing spaces, right, the experience of enslaved people is. Right? We're living in a post, critical race theory time where like critical race theory has been black history, right? The history of enslaved people and history of indigenous people have been like removed from textbooks and are not being taught anymore. Right? And so again, I understand the point that he's making, but my point is that we have to do better to make sure that we are not kind of like giving into that framing, right? That like every American is a child of migrants, when there are Americans, right? Groups of Americans who are not child of migrants. There were people who were here before the settlers like colonized this land, and there were people who were brought here against their will, right, through forced migration, right, instead of like being like immigrants. And that is I think that like, you might think it's a nitpick, but I think it's an important caveat to acknowledge, so that like that history that is currently being erased is not lost in the way that leftists talk about this stuff as well. I don't think that that's unfair. I don't think that that's an unfair thing for like Black people to like want. I think it's a good critique, since Hassan says the nation of immigrants thing pretty often is not, it's just not correct. It's not even a Hassan thing. It is a like right wingers say it as well. Right? Right wingers also say like I guess I wouldn't say not like right wingers particularly, but like, you know, centrist or like the center right, like, you know, old guard of the Republican Party, and liberals, right, also say it as well. So it's a common thing that Americans say to kind of like humanize the immigrant experience, which again, I understand. I understand why it's being done. It's being done to try to convince the like other white people to think, oh well, you know, my ancestors are immigrants or whatever. Because I understand why it is a thing that's done, but it's important to acknowledge that there are Americans in this country who are not children of immigrants, right? They're the children of enslaved forced migrants, or the children of indigenous people who were genocided out of you know, out of their land, essentially, right? And into reservations. Right. And so that is an important caveat, because it is an important part of the American experience. You know? But that's kind of the point that Consciously is making here.
That means every single American, don't it? Understanding these nuances and distinctions, it matters in terms of class struggle and class solidarity. It also matters in terms of citizenship. White citizen in the 14th Amendment come from 1868. Ellis Island come from 1892. You understand that there's a different relationship in terms of citizenship, and when you start at Ellis Island, it already assumes the colony. Some argue language shapes reality. Some argue reality shapes language. We do know that the relationship between these two are inextricably related, and they cannot be detached. Kind of like class struggles and racial identities, they always attached. For instance, did y'all know that Native Americans who also did not immigrate to this country did not become legal citizens until 1924, meaning the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship didn't even apply to them. When we talk about workers in this country, it's always through the lens and framework of citizenship, and I'm illustrating to y'all that different positions have a different entry point to what it even means to be a citizen. Tuck and Yang say the settlers' move to innocence is any type of practices or beliefs that allows for the settlers to relieve themselves of guilt or responsibility. And when you flatten the distinctions or differences between a settler and an immigrant, that's exactly what you're doing. In conclusion, Hassan, lefty to lefty, a bunch of Black folks be having issues with you because we feel as if when it comes to Black issues, you're not that sound, you're not that punctual, you don't able to have that much development, but you do have a bunch of a development and a bunch of breadth and depth when it comes to other issues. And this particular one illustrates that. Lefty to lefty, let's talk and figure out how we can fix some of these blind spots, because it's doing us both a disservice. You have a huge platform with millions of white folks that love following you. You are miseducating them when you make statements like this, even if you were talking passively. I speak passionately as well. Sometimes I make snippages of words. So I get that. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why I said the pathway to hell is paved with good intentions, man. Education is elevation, and I just have to teach you something.
Right. And so like, that's sort of like the overarching point, right? But specifically with like, I don't even think that Hassan would disagree with this, right? But the point that I think the point that I think Consciously is making here is that when you have like an audience, and when you are educating your audience, the audience is like, and I know Hassan understands it, right? Hassan understands the intricacies of like the experience of enslaved people versus indigenous Americans versus like, you know, white people in America or like immigrants. Right? Hassan understands those distinctions. The issue is when the audience gets like a fraction of that, that perspective, and then they use those same talking points elsewhere, right? You don't want the audience to run around being like all Americans are immigrants or all Americans are descendants of immigrants, because that will then lead to a culture where you are, not like maliciously, but implicitly erasing the experiences of indigenous Americans and, descendants of enslaved Africans. Does that make sense? And that if you were more precise in your language, you won't let the community, right, or the people that are listening to you, come away with like a fractured talking point that can lead to harm future down the line. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let me explain it like this. In a world like post like Chris Rufo, CRT, critical race theory, where they're trying to pretend like Africans actually loved slavery, like PragerU style, like, actually slavery was actually not that bad because Africans actually loved it that much. You know what I mean? And how like actually that turns into actually Africans would actually wanted to go and on the boats to immigrate to America. It wasn't in slavery. Slavery didn't exist, right? And going to like having a position that like all Americans are descendants of like migrants, like kind of like feeds into that by like pretending like Africans like migrated, right, or immigrated to America and they weren't like forced and enslaved to do so. Does that make sense? Like it serves that purpose further down the line. And that's why I think it just kind of read as like that could be talked about in a better way. It's kind of the way that it was that this video is leaving off. Right? So again, I understand why he made the point that he made. He's speaking specifically to a specific group of people. My point is that you just want to make sure that you're not inadvertently feeding into like the Chris Rufo belief when you are doing that. Is out of follow up, and he might have, right? The clip just does not show that. You know what I mean? That's kind of the point. Anyway, that's just something that someone dropped in the Discord earlier. I thought he did specify white folks, but I might be tripping. Not in the clip that we saw. He said like all Americans are children of migrants. But again, that's just something that popped up in the Discord. I'll get to this. Oh, speaking of white supremacy, let's look at Benny Johnson and what like MAGA is doing as well, which is actually kind of slightly related because it goes back to like enslaved Africans and what he was saying in response to Jasmine Crockett.
I want a name. Okay, I need a name of a single black woman that had something to do with America's founding. Go.
They have given 11 gift subs
I mean,
to the channel.
I can think of like, didn't Thomas Jefferson have like half his family like with out of wedlock with the slaves? I think isn't that historic? Anyway, that's like as close as I can get. I want a name. Okay, I need a name of a single black woman that had something to do with America's founding. Go.
I say Benny Johnson looks rough. Conservative movement looks rough. Okay? Chopped. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to dignify this with an actual response. Right? Like, it's obviously Benny Johnson, right? But like, just generally, like you can just look at like, no, yeah, I'm not even identify with the actual response. No, he's not one of the pod save guys. I can see how you make that conclusion now, right? But like, yeah. So I think this is an interesting contrast, as the chat is saying, to the Hassan clip, because it's specifically showing what the right wants to do, and the right wants to eliminate the experience, right, of enslaved like African people literally building this country with their own hands, right, through forced labor. And we should not, like, we should do a better job of combating that. You know what I mean? The point that I'm trying to make? Like, the right wants to remove the experience of indigenous Americans and the experience of formerly enslaved African like people, and how their suffering is what literally built this country, right? And when we reduce everybody down to just being a child of a migrant, you are like not acknowledging those very specific and integral experiences of the descendants of those people who are now American, right? So it could have been a more precise like framing. It's kind of my point. Anyway, I'm getting Benny Johnson off the screen because I hate Benny Johnson. Xbox is going through a lot. Apparently, they just dropped a they just did a bunch of layoffs. There's also other white leftists on another site attacking Jasmine on this. I didn't see the actual Jasmine Crockett video. What did she say? Was it done? Was it dumb? Was it bad? We'll get to Abdul in a second. No, what were they saying about it? I don't know why I have to see it from AF Post and RT.
So when it comes to answering the question of what America owes black women, the answer is everything. When we think about the sacrifices that black women have made from the moment that we were stolen from our homelands and transported into this country, to the fact that black women continue to stand as the backbone specifically of the Democratic Party, we know that black women are always the ones that are doing the labor, but we are also the ones that are always the first targets of any harm. So this 4th of July, I say celebrate a black woman that you know, because whether it's an invention that she made or whether it's the very democracy that still hangs by a thread right now, there is a black woman to thank for her contributions. So when it comes to...
I mean, I will say the only thing that I think is a little bit silly is like, I can think of dozens of accomplishments before being the backbone of the Democratic Party to support black women for. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be like that's not what I would immediately jump to. But you know, Jasmine Crockett has a niche. But like, she's not wrong. She's not like incorrect. I don't understand what the beef is. Oh, should be attacked for this? I don't know. Actually, I have no idea what I saw with people who had their history of quote I saw is people who had their history from them reacting in a really strange way, like people who had their history from them reacting in some really strange ways. I don't understand that quote actually. Like they're good on sign mistakes like this. Oh, history is stolen from them. Oh. People who've had the history stolen from them act in really strange ways. I was confused. I was like, hey, that she can be right on this, right and on point, but have also awful positions on multiple important issues. I mean, that's not surprising, really. Like, that's most of the country. You know, to be fair, like one thing that I have seen is like people who like have this idea that like Jasmine Crockett is like uniquely bad on Israel. Like she's not. You know what I mean? Like she's not good, but she's not like uniquely bad by any stretch of the word. Like she's just like most centrist Dems, yeah, and that's like most of the country. And that's unfortunate, but like not like unique. I think the problem is that people have an expectation that like, well, you know, she's black, so like, why is she not? You know, why is she not? And like, I understand that, but like, I think that allows them to give a pass to like more, like okay, I think a good example is just like John Ossoff. You know, I think John Ossoff gets a way bigger pass than like Jasmine Crockett. You know, KT, I think you for the prime. Is she only slightly worse than Tallarico? Yeah, they're pretty much aligned in like 90% of the 90% of like their motivation. Like Tallarico is just a better communicator than she is, but like they're not like leaps and bounds far apart. You know? Anyway, he's writing talks like Obama, so people give Ossoff a pass. I think actually the best show of that dynamic is like Raphael Warnock versus John Ossoff. You know, like people throw John Ossoff in like presidential material contenders. Like Raphael Warnock is like, you're like, wow, ugh, so disappointing. But like they're not like leaps and bounds away from each other. You know? It's kind of like that. I see like Raphael Warnock, John Ossoff, like Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. I think it's just interesting. I saw an interesting post about John Ossoff yesterday, I think. Let me see if I can find it. Did I save it? I did not save it. I thought I did save it though. Oh, here it is. Right? So this person said AOC over Ossoff, not even close. We can't let that man anywhere near the White House. I also prefer AOC, but what's wrong with Ossoff? Ossoff voted for the Lake and Riley Act and to fund ICE just 6 days after the murder of Alex Preddy. And that's just the start. Like, yeah. I think that it's, I do think that people give white people a pass for a lot, more than they would give to their black compatriots, which is true. If I remember correctly, Crockett got her brand as a lefty because of her performance in hearings. Yeah, and I think that I said back then that was stupid, right? I said back then that was stupid. Like, if you find any content of me talking about Jasmine Crockett, I said I didn't like Jasmine Crockett because people were just kind of promoting her because she was like fiery, right? And she called like Greg Abbott like Governor Hot Wheels and like, you know, was clapping back at like Martin Taylor Greene. I was just like, I don't know, it didn't feel substantive because it wasn't substantive. But people, even leftists, like were like, yeah, no, we love Jasmine Crockett or whatever. I was just like, I don't know, it didn't feel like substance, and it wasn't substance. I've been on it, right? Like because for yapping, not substance, yeah. Her trip to Israel was like pre-October 7th, so Israel's crimes were less forthright in people's minds. That does feel different than me than visiting during genocide, which was my impression. No, she didn't visit Israel during the genocide. Like her biggest issue is that she didn't like diverge from Israel. That is not like her biggest issue is not that she was like, oh, Israel, I'm going to give them $1 billion, right? It's she did not, call it genocide. She didn't separate herself from being pro-Israel. She just kind of like, people asked her about it. She was like, what was that? You know what I mean? It was kind of like that. You know? Again, still not good, but I think it is slightly different. Anyway, we can talk more about it later on. But I do want to get into Ethan Klein Denim's suit. There's a whole data sitters too. Yeah, but like I'm not gonna act like people actually care about like I'm not gonna act like people actually like didn't support Jasmine Crockett because of her thoughts on data centers. Like it wasn't good, but that's not what the lion's share of people's issues with her, you know? Ooh, on my back. So I think Denims gets a mention in this video too, maybe. Oh jeez Louise, I need tissue.
Oh, hey there. It's your old friend Denims. I have a lot to catch you up on, but before that, a quick message for Ethan.
Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. Fat L's, cringe, you lose, I win.
Before we start, let me bring in our honored guest. You might have previously known him as the Fair Use King. And let me just... There we go, much better. At least he's still the king of something. Now, I'd like to announce as of July 1st, 2026, after almost exactly a year, I have won my lawsuit against Ethan Klein and saved React content on the internet for everyone. For anyone that doesn't know, last January, I did a stream where I reacted to Ethan's content new Kassan Piker, and even though I more than doubled the runtime, he still sued me for it. My reaction stream had more commentary than literally anyone else who reacted to the content nuke, and most of my reaction was critical of the political message in the video. If Ethan had won, or if he wins on appeal, make no mistake, every single React streamer on the internet is completely and totally boned. But Denims, it's different because my favorite internet lawyer said that you wanted to maliciously steal his video. I think now is a good time to finally dispel this talking point. I did not say or do anything to try and deprive Ethan of revenue. There are lots of different versions of this claim, like that I told people to not watch his stream or to watch my stream instead of his, or that I advertised my stream as like a place to watch the nuke, or that I told anyone else to do any of those things. But none of that happened. And yet a bunch of people became convinced that I would lose my lawsuit because of this. Like, a lot.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world I'm turning inside out. Yeah. I'm floating around in ecstasy, so don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time.
She's cooked. I mean, I now move my percentage for Denims losing above 90%. Denims is cooked. Like, this is not going to be good.
I saw that some people are getting sued for reactions. It's people that like maliciously react. Like they react to people they hate and they're like, watch me so that they don't get any views. Like, yeah, you can't do that.
You cannot go out there and use your content in your platform as a replacement for what they're doing and say you're doing that and advertise that you're doing that.
It's like, I think whatever happens with this lawsuit, I don't know what the fuck will even happen as a result of this, but either way, she's losing. I don't like watching desperation. Like all those videos of like small animals getting eaten by snakes and shit, sort of primal shit of like a human being in that scenario. Denims does deserve it, so maybe it is worth watching.
About that lawsuit, honestly, I feel like they're already fucked, right? And I feel like they're basically cooked no matter what. Denims raised $15K for Ethan. That's nice of her to do that.
The lawsuit asserts that there has to be some kind of like conspiracy with the H3 Snark mods, but I've never communicated with any of them in any way. So what exactly did I say that proves this malicious intent and involvement in this conspiracy? Well, here are the clips from his video. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here. Compelling, right? Here's the thing. I don't care how many views Ethan's video gets. It's just not something that's ever crossed my mind. So in that first clip, when I read that chat message...
I'm back. I was gone for a long time.
Oh, hey there. It's your old friend, Denims. I have a lot to catch you up on, but before that, a quick message for Ethan.
Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. Fat L's, cringe, you lose, I win.
Before we start, let me bring in our honored guest. You might have previously known him as the Fair Use King. And let me just...
It's funny because in the content nuke, he did the same thing with a picture of Frogan. Like he printed out a picture of Frogan for some reason, and then stuck it on a corkboard or something. I don't know why he did that. Man, maybe we should watch that thing again, just to see how it's held up. You know.
There we go, much better. At least he's still the king of something. Now, I'd like to announce as of July 1st, 2026, after almost exactly a year, I have won my lawsuit against Ethan Klein and saved React content on the internet for everyone. For anyone that doesn't know, last January, I did a stream where I reacted to Ethan's content new Hassan Piker, and even though I more than doubled the runtime, he still sued me for it. My reaction stream had more commentary than literally anyone else who reacted to the content nuke, and most of my reaction was critical of the political message in the video. If Ethan had won, or if he wins on appeal, make no mistake, every single React streamer on the internet is completely and totally boned. But Denims, it's different because my favorite internet lawyer said that you wanted to maliciously steal his video. I think now is a good time to finally dispel this talking point. I did not say or do anything to try and deprive Ethan of revenue. There are lots of different versions of this claim, like that I told people to not watch his stream or to watch my stream instead of his, or that I advertised my stream as like a place to watch the nuke, or that I told anyone else to do any of those things. But none of that happened. And yet a bunch of people became convinced that I would lose my lawsuit because of this. Like, a lot.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive.
See, the problem with this Yeet tweet is it says Asmongold thinks. Asmongold doesn't think. That can't be true. So honestly, this is kind of defamation on the part of Yeet. Asmon, if you should go after that guy, right? He claims you think. Now, I wouldn't take that personally. If I was somebody who didn't think, someone claimed that I did, yeah, I'd make it I'd make it their problem and mine. And if you need a lawyer, I heard Ethan Klein's lawyer is in the market because his cash cow is about to run out. So I'm sure he'd be open to taking on new deals.
She's cooked. I mean, I now move my percentage for Denims losing above 90%. Denims is cooked. Like, this is
Honestly, hot take, this should get you disbarred. If you're wrong this much, you should be disbarred for it.
not going to be good.
Okay, yada yada. It was a joke. I'm joking about it being disbarred, whatever. Yada yada yada. The guy isn't a real lawyer. I'm sure he is a lawyer or something. I don't freaking know. I don't know these people. I don't think this person passed the bar. He's like Mike Ross, except more stupid.
Saw that some people are getting sued for reactions, it's people that like maliciously react, like they react to people they hate and they're like, watch me so that they don't get any views. Like, yeah, you can't do that.
You cannot go out there and use your content in your platform as a replacement for what they're doing and say you're doing that and advertise that you're doing that.
It's like, I think whatever happens with this lawsuit, I don't know what the fuck will even happen as a result of this, but either way, she's losing. I don't like watching desperation, like all those videos of like small animals getting eaten by snakes and shit, sort of primal shit of like a human being in that scenario. Denims does deserve it, so maybe it is worth watching.
About that lawsuit, honestly, I feel like they're already fucked, right? And I feel like they're basically cooked no matter what. Denims raised $15K for Ethan. That's nice of her to do that.
The lawsuit asserts that there has to be some kind of like conspiracy with the H3 Snark mods, but I've never communicated with any of them in any way.
Also, this is funny. H3 Snark has been down for like over a year. Excuse me. Honestly, I am kind of surprised they haven't come back up yet.
So what exactly did I say that...
We're gonna get Atheist Christian Asmongold. I saw that clip this morning. He's like, Asmongold's just like Bill Maher, or like Sam Harris. Right? All of like the American like atheist types are like, yeah, no, I'm an atheist, of course. Yeah, no, yeah, all religion not good. But like, have you considered that like Islam is like the worst one? Like all of them, every single one of them, every single one of them is exactly like that. Culturally Christian Islamophobic. Yes, it's like, yeah, I'm an atheist, but like, have you like, I would rather live in a Christian country, wouldn't you? The Bill Maher of a new generation, if you will. True. Which is kind of funny because Asmongold is bigger than Bill Maher is. Like Asmongold has more like not more reach, but like more like concurrent like viewers than like Bill Maher's show does. Also, Israel was promised to the Jews in the Bible, but I'm an atheist. Yes. So culturally Christian now.
Proves this malicious intent and involvement in this conspiracy. Well, here are the clips from his video. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it, watch it with someone else who's already watching it. Come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here. Compelling, right? Here's the thing. I don't care how many views Ethan's video gets. It's just not something that's ever crossed my mind. So in that first clip, when I read that chat message, I answer their question and move on. I hope you guys don't mind me not lambasting that chatter. The second clip is so plainly out of context that I don't really know what to think of it, especially considering that they also tried to use it in the filing. Let me play the full thing for you. Yeah, this is another thing. Don't go bother Hassan while he's in fucking Japan having a good time. Don't bother him about this stupid garbage. Like, I think it's bad enough to like lose a friend, especially someone where someone you really try to like make a better person. The last thing I would want while I'm vacationing in Japan is to be fucking linked 100 times some video from a deranged ex of mine, right? If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it. Come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. I don't think that needs any further explanation.
I mean, that makes sense to me. High card they give her the raid. Is it still Hassan's biggest L? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I don't know. I will say, I don't think there was a way to know that Ethan Klein would do this. Even me, in my infinite knowledge and wisdom, and being able to time travel, which I've told you before that I can do, I couldn't have even foreseen Ethan Klein going this far and this bad. You know? You do a Speed Force sword though? Maybe. You don't know. He was an open Zionist prior to starting the pause. Yeah, but I don't think that makes my statement any more incorrect. No, he would have. He did it with Trisha before Hassan. If you think that what he's doing now is like on the same level of what he did to Trisha, it's not. Right? I'm not saying he didn't harass Trisha, but it's not the same level. It's just objectively not. He again, I knew he was going to do this, right? I knew that he was going to go insane at some point eventually because of his past behavior he'd never taken accountability for, right? But like, he's gone so far above that. That's like, literally, he's like, I disagree. They're just two different situations. No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they are two different situations, right? But like, Ethan is like willing to torpedo everything that he has worked for. Like before with Trisha, he didn't see like any sort of like meaningful like pushback. He saw some pushback, but he didn't see like his entire what's the word? Not personality. Persona, I guess that works. Reputation. He didn't see his reputation dive so far. Right? Where it's like, he's like, I would rather like lose everything that I've built before saying I'm sorry I was wrong. You know what I mean? It's like, you were right all along, Sean. The big critic of H3, Gokunaru, was so right all along. Ethan tried to start another apocalypse over Hassan. He tried to nuke ads for all content creators to take down Hassan. Yeah. It's like, so again, I'm not saying this came out of nowhere, right? Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that this came out of nowhere. I'm saying that this did come out of somewhere, but even I couldn't, with all that I've known, see how far he would go to like ruin his own life, to try to ruin everybody else's, you know? Ethan basically started the stupid trend of going after people's sponsors. No, that was not Ethan. Don't give that to him. People have been going after people's sponsors forever. It was impossible to predict that Ethan would throw everything away. Anyone saying otherwise is not being honest. I don't know if it was impossible to predict. I'm saying specifically, I did not predict he would go this far. I knew that he was going to go. He would I knew this is what I knew. I said before that Ethan Klein never changed his behavior, only his targets. Right? And so he was going to eventually change his targets back to, you know, the left because he's never really understood that his behavior was bad. It's like that. But I didn't know that, that, you know, that behavior would be, I'm going to like basically torpedo my entire career because Hassan has wronged me for some reason. Right? And don't you forget that all of this started with Wow Mao. All of this literally started with Wow Mao on Twitter. That's how it began. It was Wow Mao that then led into Frogan, that then led into everybody else, and then finally to Hassan. It was the Bin Laden led it to America thing. That was Froggy Tonic. No. It was Wow Mao. It started. I haven't seen a H3H3 like video being like, this is how I'll start it. It started with Wow Mao. Okay, so actually it started with TikTok. A bunch of people on TikTok were like, wow, they never let us read Bin Laden's A Letter to America. This is what he was saying in it. Gasp, question mark. And then Wow Mao made a video talking about the TikTok trends of people reading Osama bin Laden's Letter to America. And then Ethan started to yell at Wow Mao. He's like, why are you supporting terrorists? You're supporting terrorists or whatever. And then that led into like October 7th. And then it led into Israel's genocide. And then like Frogan calling that out. And then he yelled at Frogan. And then everybody else was calling that out. And then he yelled at everybody else. And then he started yelling at Hassan. And then they split, and then it spiraled from there. That's kind of what it was. Because that was where Ethan was like, wow, if this is what leftists are like, then I guess I'm not a leftist. Was my thing not after October 7th? I don't think so. I think it was like before. I'm pretty sure. Right? Am I tripping? It was after? Oh, it was okay. It was slightly after. It was after. It was in November. So it was after. So I got the timeline wrong. It was after. It was in November. Yeah. The Mars Bar America tweet was a turning point for me. Yeah, I mean, Ethan was always bad. He was not good.
Explanation. The last clip is me shilling at the end of my stream. So, you know, after I had just spent the past 4 hours tearing this video apart, what can I say? I thought the video was bad. Whether or not people watch his video is just not something I had thought about at all. If you want to argue about it, the viewership of my stream is totally insignificant compared to his. And nobody that listened to me criticize him for 4 hours was going to watch his video anyways, because it's a completely different experience. And I mean, that is literally what the court found. So all of that to say, there isn't anything uniquely special about this case. Technically, between you and me, even if there was, intent doesn't actually matter when it comes to analyzing whether or not something...
Wait, that's what I said 2 years ago. Or, okay, a year ago. It wasn't 2 years ago. It feels like 2 years ago, bro. I feel like I've gone through like 13 different life-changing events. But that's literally what I said a year ago, where I said that it doesn't really matter, right? As it pertains to like whether or not a piece of content is transformative or not transformative.
Is fair use. So, yeah, Ethan posted this IG story saying that he would be proceeding with an appeal. And as I've stated from the very beginning, I will be fighting this lawsuit to the end. I could not have gotten this far without all of your support. And to be honest with you guys, it has been kind of expensive. So, from the bottom of my heart, if you would like to help me fight
Has
this,
Ethan like gone live since this? I don't think he has, right? He's on a break or something. Am I wrong?
to defend React content on the internet, please go to ethankleinlied.com and donate $5, $10, $20, really any amount that you're able to. Thank you again to everyone who has supported me and believed in me. And as I said before, I look forward to beating Ethan Klein in court. Besides that, I stream on Twitch Thursday through Sunday at 7 a.m. PST. I also might be doing a mass unban. So if you are one of the morons that told me I was going to lose my lawsuit, you owe me an apology. Come say hi. All right. Bye.
Denims, the queen of self-owning, you prevail again.
Apparently they're moving studios. Or whatever. Maybe they knew that this was going to happen and they were just like, we need to move. We need to get out of Dodge. I don't know. Anyway. Money's drying up. Maybe. Moving to Texas. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, L, Ethan, W, Denims. W, fair use. I get to keep reacting. I did see Xbox laid out 3,200 people. Yes. I saw it when it first dropped because I have my ear to the pulse. Yeah. Are we going to see an apology for anybody who was like, Denims is definitely going to lose? Definitely not. Yeah. They're just going to make excuses or they're not going to talk about it at all. But honestly, it's probably for the best as well. We'll get to like news in a second. Here's Abdullah Saeed video, well, there's a video, but also news about Mallory McCrow dropping out or suspending her campaign. So we're going to get into that. I do want to briefly talk about flock cameras being destroyed and why it's not a terrible thing inherently. So I guess I'm obviously JXC is crashing out because Denims included their tweet in the video. That is disappointing. Anyway, I show you this video first. You're gonna love this video, chat.
The future of flock cameras, you're absolutely going to get charged with a crime that you did not commit.
Cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Chrisana Elzer learned the...
I love when the cops tell me that literally existing in a town means that they have your entire life on surveillance. And they literally say that you cannot get a breath of fresh air in the town without the cops knowing. Man, this is great. We definitely don't live in a police state.
Power of flock firsthand.
You were in town from 11:52 until 12:09. Exactly. Like I said, nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing.
When a Colorado...
Take note of what he said there. Nothing gets in or out of the town without them knowing. Your every movement is being tracked.
Police officers showed up at her door holding flock snap.
I did not see the guy destroying flock cameras getting 20 years. Which, first of all, do not destroy any property that does not belong to you. But if you are going to not listen to my advice, that I strongly suggest you listen to, obviously, please be very, very COVID conscious. COVID's still out there. If you are not going to listen to my advice, please be very, very COVID conscious. You must maintain social distancing, obviously, and wear a mask because COVID is still out there. That's what I will say. That is what I will say.
Shots of her truck.
And here's when you left at 12:09. That's when you left town.
To get.
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't need to be.
I need to know where this is.
The first thing he pulled out
The cop gets an attitude with her.
on the body cam is that flock picture, the clear photograph of your car.
But here's your vehicle in the neighborhood many, many times, apparently casing houses, because you just can't drive through for work or visit other businesses. You can only be casing houses.
That's all it's going to take. You're going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they're just going to assume that it was you that did it. Now imagine if it was a really bad crime.
It is her. It is 100%. It is locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have come here unless I was 100% sure. 100%. It is certain. It is on video. You're obviously welcome to go to court.
Chrisana was charged with stealing a package, but it wasn't her. The
Doesn't
porch
even look
pirate
like her.
was somebody else. Multiple times you
They're doing racism against white women now. They're like, she's a white woman. She's blind. You're a white woman. So it makes sense to me. Cops don't even do cops never did investigatory work, but they don't even pretend like they're doing it anymore. They're like, well, the private company said that you entered the neighborhood at 12:01. You're going to jail.
tried to show him your video evidence.
Like they don't even need to do they don't even need to do detective work to like investigate and connect the dots. They didn't even have to say, hey, your car was unaccounted for, right? And it left this surveillance spot. And it was seen entering this place at this time, right? And it was also seen in front of this house at this time. So therefore, you stole the package. Now they're just like, your car was just driving through the neighborhood. We assume you're committing a crime, right? L is what they did to Luigi.
Didn't want to see it.
Allegedly.
When I called him back, he said, that's not my job.
You looked at a time of a crime. You saw my vehicle entering in the flock.
No, what I did was I did an investigation.
You called my wife a liar. You said this is fact.
I have video evidence.
I can't blame the husband for being heated.
He's like, I have video evidence. The AI said it was you. Have you seen the Minority Report? Nothing ever went wrong in that movie. That's what we're doing. Skynet, have you heard of it? Yeah, it works and it's here now. Have you not seen 2001: A Space Odyssey? Yeah. This is what we're doing. All of these movies ended up correct. Terminator, have you heard of it? We're doing that now.
I don't know what you want me to say.
The charges were dropped after Chrisana spent weeks trying to get the police chief to look at her evidence. Time-stamped video from her truck and a neighbor's doorbell camera showing she wasn't at the scene of the crime. What does it say about where we are that you feel you have to have more cameras than the police have in order to make sure you can prove yourself innocent?
It sounds like it flipped the script to your
That's honestly a smart play. Make sure you have cameras in your car, on your car, just GPS, everything. That way they can't pin anything on you.
guilty until
They still will, by the way. Right? Like, if they did this to her and they only dropped it after weeks, just imagine what they're doing to people of color. You know what I mean? Just imagine it. Think about it. You know? Think about it.
you prove yourself innocent.
Without a flock camera, that detective would not have been at her door. By his own admission, he pulled out the flock picture of her car. Do you want to apologize to Chrisana Elzer for what happened to her?
For the police misusing the tools?
I don't think that I have to
He wasn't
apologize
charged
for
with a
him.
crime. He wasn't. I mean, other than being reprimanded for his attitude.
Sure. No, but I would tell you that, like, should I apologize for somebody misusing a tool? I don't think so.
Flock safety chief.
They will absolutely misuse it too.
Communications
Also, he says
officer.
misusing. No, he used it exactly as intended. That's exactly what your thing does. It wasn't a misuse. He used it as intended.
Josh Thomas. Who's watching the watchers in these cases?
Well, the city council. The city owns the data, so city council would have the appropriate responsibility in that case. Our point of view has always been that it is not Flock's job to police the way police do their work.
We have cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Chrisana Elzer.
Also funny, I don't even believe him when he says the city owns the data, because Flock still owns the cameras. The city is not buying the cameras. These are not tools. Like, it's not like cops buying guns, right? And even then, like, people do have an expectation that the gun manufacturers, you know, to a certain extent, are like, you know, hey, the cops use your guns to shoot these people down, right? And that's a little bit different when the cops own the guns. Flock owns these cameras. They're being leased. They're literally being leased to and licensed to the police departments. Flock owns them. They're paying a subscription. So yes, you do have a responsibility. Your tools made this happen.
Learned the power of Flock.
Now, imagine if there was a murder in the neighborhood and they put her in the area at the time without any evidence that she's the one that committed it, because they just don't know who committed it, but they used a flock camera.
Also, like, this is like one step removed from like the cops literally finding somebody in their district or their area of policing and just AIing them into the footage. Because what do you do if that's the case? Because right now they had a video of somebody else doing it, and they just pretending like it was her. Right? They're one step removed from the cops just like AIing you into the footage of you committing a crime, and they're using that as pretense to arrest you. I've already done that. I haven't seen that happening. I need to see a clip of that or something.
To use against her, and then she ends up getting locked up for murder, even though she had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. It's just one step above planting evidence, abolish the police. I did see a video on Twitter. About I think it was a song called about abolish the police. I think it was posted by socialist like Adri. I think that's her name on Twitter. And that video did spark some discourse. To find a better source. Oh, I did see this actually. This is a little bit different, slightly different, where they're using AI to make themselves look more competent. Right. So I don't know if this picture was entered into evidence particularly. Formerly Hassan on me. Oh. That's Hassan on me? I did not know that, actually. I didn't know they changed their name. The more you know. VPD News, the Vancouver Police Department has made significant progress in disrupting drug traffic and street disorder around the commercial Broadway quarter during welfare check issued last week. Okay, this goes on for a while. Are you guys claiming this is the real photo of what you see versus the AI slop you posted a few hours ago and deleted? Yes, they posted this. Apparently and deleted it. And it's like an AI changed photo, I guess. I don't know why they would do it though. The red bills are 20s. Also, this is not even a bill. What is that? $0 bill? To be fair, I couldn't tell because Canada money looks fake anyway. No offense. Use AI for drug busts now. They're too lazy to plant evidence. Infinity dollars. Oh, wait, it's infinite money. They have the special infinite money that they. You know they have a maple smell to them. That sounds disgusting. I'm going to be real. If I'm handling money and I smell like syrup, like maple, or not maybe maple syrup, but like smell like maple, I'm like ugh, ugh. I want money to smell like money, obviously. Does it actually smell like anything? I have like 20 euros. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. I lied. It's actually 10 euros. I have it when I went to Spain. Also, slightly ripped. That's almost $5 American. The giant sniff. I'm good. Ugh. Anyway, yeah. Let's get people destroying flock cameras now.
Bitch! They can't take it to 10. I got hoes calling a young nigga phone. Where's Ollie with the motherfucking dog? I be ballin' like a mother. Bitch! They can't take it to 10. I got hoes.
I'm only nodding to the music. I'm not nodding to the destruction of property. I disavow. Wait to this for the music? Of course. I disavow those cameras had families? True. Hold on, I think there's another one too. Lock. Oh, and one day I'll talk about they could have just voted. Yeah. Really appreciate their commitment to workplace safety, workplace and tool safety. They're just quality assurance, right? Actually, they're quality control. Different.
Peter Thiel, I see you, Peter Thiel.
You know what's more effective than trash bags? Nothing at in particular. Spray paint. I've heard that spray paint is actually as effective. Hammers also work as it pertains to doing quality control. If you are testing products, only on your own products, obviously. You should only do quality control on your own products. But if you're going to do it on your own products, only on products that you own, right? Spray paint is quick, it's effective, and it's easy. Like, this guy owns all of these flock cameras, I assume, right? There's no reason why he would be doing it otherwise.
Hey, Peter, we're coming for you. We, the people of the United States of America, are not going to stand for that police state. The good news is we can do something about it.
Peter Thiel! Peter Thiel! Peter Thiel! Peter Thiel! I see you!
Hold on. Watch this instead. Wait, it didn't play.
Technologies where you don't need permission from a company, from a CEO, to work on what you want, to build what you want, to build a business around that. Like, those are the things that are durable. That's why these open protocols are significant and important. And again, like, it's happening with AI as well. Like, these AI companies are building platforms and they're all incentivized around their own particular models. You have to ask them for permission, you have rate limits, and you have all these things. And even what the models spit back are constrained. And it limits the potential of, like, really great ideas bringing humanity forward, because it's a decision of a group of CEOs that think they know best. And they may know best for their company, but they don't know the best for the creativity of the world and what people actually want to do with it. Fortunately, there's a great movement in open source AI. And DeepSeek was an important moment in this space for exactly that reason. Like, to show a different path and to provide something that is not only competitive, but better than the models that the corporations are putting out there. And that if we demand more of these open models that we can run on our laptops and run on, on our personal systems and even, our business systems, we can continue to innovate and we can continue to invent and continue to make these more cost efficient and actually stay ahead and not be reliant upon 5 companies telling us that they know best and there should not be open source because it's dangerous. No, we should have these things in the open and race towards solutions that stay ahead of all the dangers. And we can't rely upon these single points of failure to protect us from these dangerous systems. Like, we have to build systems that allow us to be 10 steps ahead of adversaries, which we can do. And I think people are incentivized to do that if they have access to these technologies. What are the technologies where you don't need permission from a company, from a CEO, to work on what you want, to build what you want, to build a business around that? Like, those are the things that are durable. That's why these open protocols are significant and important. And again, like, it's happening with AI as well. Like, these AI companies are building platforms, and they're all incentivized around their own particular models. You have to ask them for permission. You have rate limits, and you have all these things. And even what the models spit back are constrained, and it limits the potential of like really great ideas bringing humanity forward, because it's a decision of a group of CEOs that think they know best, and they may know best for their company, but they don't know the best for the creativity of the world and what people actually want to do with it. Fortunately, there's a great movement in open source AI, and DeepSeek was an important moment in this space for exactly that reason, like to show a different path and to provide something that is not only competitive, but better than the models that the corporations are putting out there. And that if we demand more of these open models that we can run on our laptops and run on, on our personal systems and even, our business systems, we can continue to innovate, and we can continue to invent and continue to make these more cost efficient and actually stay ahead and not be reliant upon 5 companies telling us that they know best. And
I think the issue is that he kind of just presupposes that AI should exist. So he's not even entertaining the question of like, should this technology exist? And it's like, I understand from the worldview of like, if the technology does exist, it's better for it not to be monopolized. But that also in turn comes with its own consequences, right? As it pertains to like what we saw when like deep fakes became like kind of ubiquitous, or non-commercial. You saw regular people now being able to create like revenge porn of like their ex or whatever, and that still has ramifications. So even though the technology used to be that you could like large corporations could use like and create deep fakes to like put freaking Carrie Fisher back in Star Wars or whatever, now when that became like democratized and open sourced, now that technology is now more available for bad actors to use more readily. And so it's not as like simple as like, well, AI is going to be here. If it's going to be here, might as well just make it open source. Because that also does come with issues, and I think a lot of people who are pro AI are not as largely utilized for crimes. I don't even necessarily agree. In general, it depends. Like, deepfakes, yes, like I do agree, right? But AI in general, I think that there are people like a lot of people who just use like AI because they think it's cool, right? And they're like, oh, look at this cool thing it can do. It can make me a table of my schedule. Wow, you know what I mean? And so I think the issue is that the more open that it is, the less oversight you can have over it, which is both a good thing and a bad thing, because oversight is how you stop the crimes from criming, People keep saying that it's useful, but it's all for everybody. It's bad at everything. That's not what I said, though. I said that people use it. I didn't say that it was useful. People say that it's useful, right? And they may be doing it for paper and shit, but that's not the topic of discussion. We're not talking about how useful AI actually is. We're talking about in a world where AI exists or doesn't exist, these are the ramifications of it, right? Because we can sit here and say like, oh, if you use AI, you're stupid or whatever. But we have to reckon with the fact that people are using AI and they are going to continue using AI for it, right? And there needs to be a way that we can kind of like put our head on the scale to, to stop that from happening, right? And stop the proliferation of these technologies, especially as it pertains to doing crime and as it pertains to like a lack of government oversight and overreach. Also not making it so that the government oversight then turns into overreach, where they start doing like, you can't own a GPU unless you check it in with the government because the government doesn't want you to have your own AI system. it's like you're more getting at the lack of regulation with it. Like the stuff with AI that's been destroying art is like that. That's the stuff with AI that's been destroying art. Like the one court case that was the core of the most recent writer's strike. And that's a part of the conversation, right? But it's more of an overarching topic of like a lot of people who are like pro AI only see it from a like Bernie Sanders, right? Bernie Sanders teaming up with like Anthropic to do like a video being like, we need like publicly owned, democratically owned like the data the AI is using. It's like that's still the same way that Jack here is presupposing that AI should exist, right, as a technology, and nobody really is entertaining whether or not it should not exist, and what that world looks like. But how do you do that without it turning into overreach, where government's like, okay, if you own a GPU that's capable of using AI, we now need you to register that with us. And now you can't even buy computer technology or server space because, they don't want you to be making your own AI kind of thing. Right. And so it's a very difficult conversation. Putting the cat out of the bag with it existing anyway, to be honest. Yeah. It's something that I think we should entertain as a conversation. Right. But I don't know. It is a hard conversation to have. Because, like, is the cat actually out of the bag, or are we giving up on the fight before it is? How to get the whole globe on board? You don't necessarily need to. Like, America could theoretically just drop the fight for AI, and it'd be whatever. Even if the entire rest of the world engages with it holistically. Right? As in, like, we can, like, not build a bajillion data centers all over across the country. Right? So you're not going to stop people for using it interpersonally on their own hardware or whatever, but you stop this, like, because right now, the reason why America is dropping so much in data centers is one, because it makes people money, but two, because they're trying to compete with China because China's beating us with AI. Right? And that's harming American citizens. Right. So there is a path forward where AI will exist in the way that it's going to exist. But America is not putting American jobs at risk from chasing that, not destroying our planet further, and ruining the areas around us with data centers. That is not built off of like stolen technology, particularly, or at least any more stolen technology. Right? Because you're not going to get to a world where AI is not built off of some level of stolen technology, right? That world could have existed, and they decided to just steal it anyway. Wouldn't that be regulation then? That's partially done the regulation, right? My take is that right now I'm just giving like my thoughts on these things. Right? Is that for doing regulation, you don't want regulation to then turn into overreach, where like right now, people are using regulation as a pretense to like do a COSA, right? Kids Online Safety Act, or like in Australia, banning social media as a whole. First, they banned social media for 16-year-olds, and now they're talking about banning ratios on social media platforms, right? So there's a nuanced conversation about the overlap between AI and anti-AI activism and government overreach and regulation, and like making sure that you're not going fully into like, one way or the other. Because you go full into AI, you're ruining the world with data centers and stolen data, and we all lose our jobs and we all die anyway. In the other world, you need to check in with the government in order to buy a graphics card because, AI is scary and is damaging, and, we need more regulation. You know what I mean? Like there is some middle ground here that needs to exist, where like we don't give the government enough power to like ruin our lives, but also don't go hands off enough to let these companies and corporations ruin our lives. Right. And so I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if it is like these like democratized data or whatever, because that's still built off of the backs of stolen art. Right. And that's completely, you know what I think it is? Okay. I think that AI should be nationalized. We should throw the heads of every single AI company in jail right? Specifically for theft, for robbery of billions of dollars of intellectual property, and then we deal with it from there. That's the best solution that I have, right? Because they could have, right? They could have created like a chat GPT based in like modeled fully after public domain, right? And open and accessible information. They decided not to do that, right? They decided to be like, oh, but what if we just scraped literally all of the internet, including a bunch of copyrighted works, including a bunch of like the art for like indie artists, from basically literally everything. I think a large part of the problem is that AI stems from the fact that our government would never put data privacy protection regulations. I don't say would never particularly. I just think that like they will do data privacy protections and regulations to justify its own surveillance state overreach, right? Like the Kids Online Safety Act is technically on paper a data privacy and protection regulation, right? But it's done specifically to increase government overreach in order to limit who has access in the flow of information, right? So it's nuanced in that way. Dr. Fatima made a really compelling video where she frames as the right way to be anti-AI, and she compares the abstinence perspective of being anti-AI to the DARE and anti-drug campaign, and how that actually exacerbates the problem. And the real way to fight it was to learn about it and push regulation that limits or eliminates data centers. I can understand that perspectives. I do think that there's a hyperfixation on data centers specifically, and that doesn't address the theft problem, right? But I do agree with that, because this is literally what I was saying 2 years ago, right? For those of you who were here 24 months ago, right? Actually, I think it was 3 years ago at this point, right? I was literally arguing with one of my chatters, Sakaga. I don't think Sakaga is here right now, but me and Sakaga went back and forth about AI, where I said that back then in 2023, people were so focused on being anti-AI based upon aesthetics. It was AI looks bad, right? AI looks bad, so therefore it is bad. And I said back then that is a dumb way to frame it, because AI will get better and it will start to look better. And so then you will lose your talking point. You lose your leverage on that front. And now we're in a world where AI does look better, right? And it can produce things that can be useful to companies that they can use to replace artists. Which is why we should have back then had a very labor-focused, right, material-focused critique of AI. Some people did, but a lot of people were so focused on, oh, it looks bad, it looks bad, it looks bad, right? It has 6 fingers. Look at the 6 fingers. It looks awful. That's not true. This is code, right? You can say that it's soulless. You can say that it doesn't represent the artistic experience. It does not look awful, right? It produces things that are realistic. And that is a problem, right? And we've been coping that it looks awful for the last 3 years as it progressively looked better and better and better. It's like your grandparents are getting duped by AI. Like shit, that's cope. You're coping. I'm sorry, you're objectively coping. You are coping. It's not like Will Smith eating spaghetti being absorbed into his eyeballs or whatever. It's not that anymore. It's just not. Right? It's realistic. It is objectively realistic. We cannot we cannot sit here watching AI films. Yeah, you're talking about like an AI film or whatever. We're not talking about like an AI film. We're not talking about like the final product. We're talking about the like what is created and how that can be used for like misinformation. We're not talking about like, oh, this one guy who made an AI film and it had no story cohesion or whatever. You know what I mean? We're talking about the way that AI creates things that are realistic, that can be used for misinformation, right? Or disinformation. Right? That's the problem. And we need to engage with that reality, because it is reality right now. It is literally reality. We are living in a world where like normal Americans are being duped by like AI that does look realistic. It just has. Right, that is code from the one chatter. I haven't done Deb, and I can't deny how much it's progressed for coding. I've seen 200 shitty things being forced to suss out everything because everyone else giving up is annoying. Yes, right. I'm not saying that like AI is perfect. I'm not saying AI is good. I'm just saying that it's realistic enough where it's become a problem. Right, and that's the issue. Right, as I saw it recently, there was like a let's see. I'm trying to find it. This is what I saw. People were like talking about. This. Like, this is a problem. I don't personally care if you can tell it's AI or not. This is a problem. This is problematic. You may be like, well, look at her skin. Like, her skin is like unusually glossy and there's like not continuity in the backgrounds. This is problematic. Right? And we need to address the fact that this exists. Do you know what I mean? We have to engage with that being reality. This exists, and people currently have the capacity to make things like this. Right? But when it comes to this, right? Generative AI should be banned from existence. There's a problem with this as well, which is why I say it's a nuanced conversation. Right? The government will use that mindset to then enforce its own overreach on what kind of information you can or cannot like share online. You know what I mean? Like, right, we see it right now with COSA, with the current push for like, we need to enforce child safety. Right? And honestly, for I think for a lot of y'all, all the government needs to do is say, we need to protect our kids by banning generative AI. You know what I mean? And you'd be like, yeah, let me vote to repeal Section 230. Yeah, we need to save our kids. Right? They're going to prey on your fears of generative AI to then enforce its own overreach to stop the spread of information. Right? So that we have to be very, very specific about like what we allow the government to take the reins on. Because they'll ban AI for personal use, but they'll allow it for the companies through their loophole. You know, they'll be like, oh yeah, we'll ban like the open source models and only closed source models can exist. So you have to be aware, right, of what the government will do with the power that we are handing to them and what we are supporting, while also being aware that these are issues that need to be addressed. Right? I think 3D printing is a perfect example of this when it comes to like I don't know, like ghost gun. I think ghost guns is like a really good analogy for something that like theoretically should not exist, right? But when you give like the government the reins to like limit what you can create in your own house, how far can that be taken? Right? So if like the government's like, oh, we're actually going to monitor every single 3D print that exists, even if it's off network, in order to say, like, if you 3D print a gun, we will arrest you. And that could sound good on paper, like, yeah, no more ghost guns, until you realize that you want to print like, I don't know, a stapler or something. And Big Stapler doesn't like that. So now they lobby the government You know, now they lobby the government to say if you print a stapler, it's also illegal. Right? Or better example is printers, right? Printers are notoriously proprietary. And if you print like a piece for your printer to be able to use third-party ink, then it's like, oh, sorry, you're going to jail now. Because big printer, right? HP doesn't want you to print your own third-party ink. And so there is a nuanced conversation as it pertains to like banning, right, something, and like how much of it should be allowed to exist, or whether or not it could exist. I think morally, it's fine for you to be like, AI should not exist. Right? I think it's totally fine for you to morally have a take that AI should not exist, and that it's completely harmful and bad. That's completely fine. Right? But when we come to policy and what policies we push for, that moral sentiment should be filtered through the policies that we advocate for, so that we don't allow the government to like take the reins of what should be or should not be allowed. Right? A good example is like Asmongold being on Twitch. Right? We all know that Asmongold should be banned off of Twitch. Right? But should the government see Asmongold being on Twitch and be like, okay, time to repeal Section 230 in order to like force Twitch to ban Asmongold, when we know that the repeal of Section 230 would be used against leftists who are anti-Israel? Right? So it's one thing to think that like, yes, Asmongold should be banned. And it's another thing to think that, yes, the government should have the power to enforce companies to ban people that the government doesn't like, because the government will use that against leftists. Right? I feel like it's fine to have that moral perspective, right? And all streamers forever and delete Twitch. Does that make sense? Is the point that I'm making sense? Right? I think the fact that we're here in the first place is bad. Right? We should not have allowed these corporations to get away with stealing our data in the first place. Right? The government should not have allowed these corporations to build these models off of stolen data in the first place. That should not have even happened in the first place. That is a problem, and we should be aware of that for the next time something like this is what happens, right? But now that it exists, right, now that we live in a world where it does exist, right, we have to have a nuanced conversation about like how much power we give the government to do that overreach. Hartzell wants a digital bill of rights. I will say we should ban data centers now. I do agree with that. I'm on the camp of like we ban data centers. Because I am of the camp that data centers are the only use for data centers for AI is for industrialized scale of replacing workers. That's it. They hike up the prices of GPUs. They hike up the prices of memory and RAM, right? Of all kinds. AI data centers, specifically. I think I have a problem with all data centers, but specifically for AI data centers, right? That are specifically optimized for AI. The only use for industrialized AI at scale is to replace workers in mass. Right? You can run ChatGPT on your, maybe not ChatGPT, but you can run an LLM on your MacBook. Right? You can run a AI assistant on your Windows laptop or whatever. Right? Like there's no reason for OpenAI to need a million data centers, right? Unless you think about the amount of like labor that will replace as it pertains to companies. Using the model doesn't need much resource. It's the training that does. But that wouldn't make any sense for them to build all these permanent data centers, you know? Jabba is thinking about getting a GPU in one of our servers so he can run a model locally. It's funny, get a single GPU. But they're not sensical? That's true. You're right. There's the idiots like Ethan Klein and his incompetent lawyer doing weak lawsuits against AI use of creator content. Don't need idiots to like them setting precedent. I haven't seen that actually. The sinners are literally killing the world at a rapid rate. Look at the 2 degrees have increased in between this year and last year. They're poisoning everything. Anyway, it's we got off on a crazy tangent about freaking AI usage. But is there any way for computers to just run on cleaner energy? It's not the computers that are the problem. It's not the computers running that's the problem, right? It's the cooling of the components of the computers that's the main issue, right? And so the way that that's done is done using fossil fuels. Computers bad words used just generalizing. I mean, we're not at a state where there is a renewable source of energy that will be able to keep up with the demand for normal like residential usage, right? All like solar does currently is take the load off of the current use of fossil fuel. It doesn't replace how much energy is utilized by a like household. That gets way worse currently as it pertains to like commercial use of energy. Right. And it's way, way worse as it pertains to AI and how we're making it extremely worse when it comes to the advent of data centers, right? Data centers being like dropped in like this every community in the country, basically, right? Makes our reliance on fossil fuels way worse. Significantly worse. So it's possible if we reduce our reliance on, electricity in general. But as of right now, especially not with data centers. Because it would be too expensive for these billion-dollar companies to make desalination plants use for salt water in these data centers. The issue is not like that would fix the issue as it pertains to like using salt water to cool components. That won't change the fact that that still requires energy to get the salt water from wherever it is to the data centers in the first place, right? And to the plants in the first place. And that also requires energy. That's the problem with desalinized water being used to cool computer components, right? Is that also takes energy, right? And then it like you kind of lose like it doesn't really net out as it pertains to efficiency of energy, right? So like you're not taking water from the communities anymore. Like you're not upping their water usage, but you're upping their energy usage even more. Right? In order to use desalinized water. It's not a great solution. Fortunately, desalinization is not currently profitable. Neither are data centers though. So like that's why it's not really an issue. All this is bad, right? Nothing that we talked about in this circumstance, in this conversation, is good. We are trying to make the best of a terrible situation as the situation gets worse and worse and worse. The best situation is if we weren't here in the first place. Going back to like 5 years ago, right? Where like we weren't dropping data centers in every specific community, right? We're trying to fix problems that we keep creating in order to placate like the usage and ubiquitous nature of AI. You know? Also, if you're getting ads like AI ads from Twitch while the ad break runs, you can just go to YouTube. That's why I multi-stream. You are free to hop over to YouTube while the ads are running and hop back when they're done. You don't miss any of the content. Take this great example. Try to Kalshi ads. Don't get me started. Texas is great. It's like notoriously bad. The power demand surge is real. Light Matter pointed out that in Texas alone, the queue for large power loads waiting to connect the grid has hit 233 gigawatts and is still growing. Within the queue, data centers and AI campuses, industrial facilities, battery storage, and crypto mining operations. Yeah. This is graphic AI? I don't actually, maybe actually, I don't know. First I was thinking like with this, I didn't even see this part yet. Man, I love that. I love that AI used to criticize AI. Speaking of which, this is the AI font. AI font is not real. That's not a thing. There's probably most likely a font that looks exactly like this. The AI just stole. So I don't give AI any credit. But let's say, oh, it reminds me of a thing that I saw people saying on a Kyle Klinsky's post. Because Kyle, I think, posted AI Mitch McConnell. And people are clowning on him in the comments a little bit. Wait, AI just posts memes. That's all he does is post memes. Not all he does. A lot of what he does is just posting memes. Yo, am I crazy? Where's the Mitch McConnell post? Did he delete it? Called him AI? Oh, they call Kyle Klinsky AI? That's funny. Am I crazy, bro? He had a post on Mitch McConnell. He might have deleted it. I will say, remember what I said a few days ago about like it's telling the fact that people are only mentioning the fact that Gen Z and millennials are more favorable towards socialism, but no mention of like black people being more favorable towards socialism than like the millennials as a generation, and is the demographic that is most favorable of socialism. How that's telling. Oh, I found it. I didn't scroll down far enough. It was this. The breaking Mitch McConnell found alive. Youth need to step up because based on that recent Economist YouGov poll, everyone above the age of 45 is cooked in the brain. Yes. He uses AI for his videos on YouTube. The AI is to own the chat. Funniest part is like, I don't think this clip is like funny enough to justify the use of AI, personally. You know what I mean? You're not just reposting AI someone else used. Do you think that's any better, Chatter? Gatekeep memes again? Yeah, memes used to be funny and creatively created, you know? Anyway, there were people clowning on him in the comments being like, you didn't need to use AI to make this. We didn't need to use AI to make the point across. But again, like, I'll just say, millennials are just the same as their parents. Like, this is the stuff that like Gen X parents will laugh at online. Like, this is the same thing as like seeing like an AI post being like, look, it's a cat with its face inside out, and you're like, Mom, that's AI. With the evil on me, it's the same thing. It's literally no different. This is no different than your parents laughing at AI Facebook memes. I'm sorry, it's just not. You have become your parents. You are your parents. That's what I'm saying. This is just a liberal thing. No, it's not. Leftists do it sometimes as well. This is a generational thing. And I'm sorry. I'm not letting you get away with this. I'm not letting you get away with this. This is a generational thing. Kyle is just co-opting cringe AI like he co-opted slurs. He's just gonna be a dorko kick happening, not all millennials. We are going to repeat the sins of our fathers, whose shadows we fight to emerge from. Yes. Even though Kyle is cringe, to be fair. The problem is not Kyle being cringe. The problem is like stupid leftists laughing at it. Like it's any less cringe when Kyle Clinton does it. You know what I mean? That's my real issue. I don't expect anything better from Kyle in regards to this. I expect Kyle to do this. My real issue is leftists pretending like it's funny because Kyle is doing it, you know? Like they can never just be like, yeah, that's a little bit cringe from Kyle here. 10K likes is pretty brutal. Not really. 10K likes with 1 million views is not good. That as somebody who frequently gets an insane amount of views, I think my Mitch McConnell tweet got more liked with less views. Yeah. This was my tweet on Mitch McConnell. 300,000 views, 25,000 likes. That's a better ratio. Another thing too about virality. You said vitality twice. Bigger tweet, this is true. Anyway, enough on Kyle. Enough on AI. Let's get to enough on Flock too. I talked about Flock. You got here from Flock. Abdul El Said. Abdul. And how he has caused Mallory McCrow to drop out or suspend her campaign. Who has a link? Should I just go back to my home? What? Sorry, I have to. Okay. I'm not doing this on purpose, I promise. Apparently, there's another scandal, Graham Plattner scandal dropping. I told you there was one more, chat. You didn't believe me. You didn't believe me, but I told you there was one more in the tank. I did. I believed you? Oh, okay. I got one more in me. I think this is the last one, though, to be fair. We were saying the same thing. Okay, so what did you know? Just purely based on vibes. I knew purely based on vibes. Are they gonna pedal jacket him now? I don't know. Hearing there'll be another story on the main Democratic Senate candidate dropping on Monday or Tuesday. I'm sworn to secrecy, and I can't prove any of this, but if what I heard is real, it's a problem. I think if he drops out, if it's real because he's already facing significant financial problems. I doubt it's a smear. The GOP would want him to stay in. To be clear, I'm not comfortable publicly saying any details because I don't want to discredit anything. And also, it would be damning to me to say anything without proof. But analyzing the effects of these things is what I do. So here we go with the vague posting. Dash is floating around Twitter, so no chance GOP is going to keep this under wraps before its deadline. If it's real, question should be why Schumer ran a 78-year-old Mills instead of Shaw or Jackson. True. This is actually genuinely a huge L for the establishment as well, because the fact that they ran Mills is insane. by the way. It is crazy. Which is a problem as it pertains to like, even like comparing it to the race in Michigan, like running like Mallory McCrow, whatever her name is, McMorrow, right? It's like, you know, it's like, oh, we have a progressive option. Technically, you should vote for the progressive option. She's there, right? But like here, they were just like, yeah, we're gonna run Janet Mills instead. Actually, this is gonna work. We're gonna run Janet Mills. Trust me, guys, this is gonna be great. So they have locked themselves into Graham Plattner by running Janet Mills, and that's their own L. That's their own L. They gotta suck it. Fly Mallory into Maine, let her run. Yeah. I don't blame anyone that's supporting Platter. If you do, please grow up. Finally, sorry that I criticize anyone who leaked information improperly. If you know, you know. But if proper channels were used and nobody would have discredited these other scandals, and it probably it's a problem that they weren't used. Okay, this is silly. I'm kind of lipped up. Apparently, there's also this. Platter campaign have financial problems. I thought he was popular. I don't know, actually. Graham Platter cancels multiple scheduled town hall events as progressive allies tease another scandal about to hit the campaign. Augusta Town Hall for last night canceled. Gorham Town Hall tonight canceled. Stanford Town Hall tonight canceled. There are no other upcoming events listed on his Facebook or on Mobilize. That's really bad. That does not sound good at all. This is the same formula they did before to make it seem like it's groundbreaking Oppo research, and then it drops people, go, that's it, and move on regardless of actual content. That's true. That did happen before. You leaked this tweet. And how did you say that? The same account, it was the same account who did that too. You're like, no, last guy I said it was something and it was nothing, but this time it really is something, I promise. I don't think this is my prediction. I could be wrong on this. I don't think it's gonna be anything worse than like him being a Blackwater mercenary. Like, my guess is animal abuse. Oh, white people hate that. They hate that. Yeah, his biggest scandal is the one that we already know that he won't talk about. Yeah, but they also won't talk about it because they like it, right? That's the biggest problem with these liberals and the Republicans, is that none of them can use his actual worst scandal because they all agree with him. They all love his worst scandal. It's their favorite. They care more about dogs than POCs. Oh, 100%. We knew this already, too. He hunted whales to protect his clams. Oh, I don't know. I don't think genuinely there will be anything that will cause him to drop out. There's nothing genuinely that can like cause him to drop out. Again, his worst scandals have already happened. Grave war crimes? Nah. Tax evasion? Yeah. You heard of slander? I'm running to it. I don't know. It's not even slander, right? And this is what I was saying. I would caution you to like to do stuff like this because again, we don't know what it is, and it could actually be like serious, right? And no matter my dislike of Graham Plattner, I'm not gonna like cavalierly talk about like anything that's serious that actually happened, you know? So same thing I said last time. It's wait and see. I was saying this the other night. The Republicans can't criticize Obama or Plattner on war crimes because they love war crimes. Exactly. I think it'll still probably run. I think he'll still probably run. I honestly think he'll still probably win. If something else comes out, something happened, we don't know yet. People are posturing that like maybe something is going to happen. We just don't know. He honestly just seems to be the most popular candidate. way better. He has way better name recognition. No, there's just no one else running. He's running against a Republican. Like the primary has already happened and his opponent dropped out. He's running against Susan Collins, the current, I think, governor of Maine. So like, who sucks, right? This is the main problem is we shouldn't have even been here in the first place. Is that we should have pushed for somebody other than Plattner 8 months ago when the first 7 scandals dropped in the first place. You know what I mean? And like, I think it's also weird when people compare Graham Plattner to Abdul, where it's like, or like Zohar Mamdani, like, see, they tried to do smear campaigns on Abdul and Zohar Mamdani. It's like, bro, those are like kittens. They're like, the controversy that Zohar Mamdani had is that like he owned 2 cats instead of 3 when he was growing up, and he took too good of care of them. Gasp. You know what I mean? It's just not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Steak too juicy, lobster too buttery. Yeah. In addition, there appears to be some organizational scramble / chaos. Both of these were sent out at the same time regarding his Gorham town hall scheduled from 6 p.m. To 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. tonight. This was today. Yeah. Can't wait to see you later today! Exclamation point. Didn't it get postponed? Question mark. Important update. Unfortunately, the Gorham town hall is postponed and will be rescheduled for a later date. I apologize for any inconvenience. We will be in touch with when a new date and time is confirmed. Thank you for your interest in this event. We hope to see you soon. I like when people pretend that Abdul is worse than Plattner. Stop. Oh, this is the liberal person. Founder of like Progress Lips. Yeah. What about Abdullah Saeed? But I do think all of his problems are easily fixable in a way that's not true about Plattner. The difference between Abdullah Saeed and Plattner, and why Plattner is a better candidate than El Saeed is El Saeed is perceived as a far left wacko. Plattner is perceived as a military douche with a temper. Voters love douche, they hate socialists. This is also just not true. Nothing about this is correct. Abdullah Saeed is insanely popular, right? Plattner is also popular, but like this idea that like this idea that Plattner is a better candidate because like he's perceived as like a military douche instead of like being substantive or having substantive policies is hilarious. When El Saeed is not far left, yeah. In other words, El Saeed is worse because I'm Islamophobic, yes. And they're also pro-military imperialism. Military exceptionalism. American exceptionalism. Military, what's the word? You know what I'm talking about. I said imperialism. It just didn't feel right in my brain, in my brainicles. You get the point. You get the point. Anyway, none of this is what I wanted to talk about today. Anyway, this is supposed to be a good day. We're talking about Mallory McCrow dropping out. McCrow is wild. I'm sorry. I keep thinking McCrow. McCrow is in my mind. I called her Mallory McCrow before I even knew who she was, basically. Now it's hard. It's a hard habit to break.
Today, I'm announcing that
We're doing Caleb Hammer today. Send me the Caleb Hammer link. I don't even remember what Caleb Hammer thing it was to talk about.
I'm suspending my campaign for United States Senate.
Oh, hold on, wait. Can't do this without showing you, like, without giving you the actual.
And I'm doing it with Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers, for everyone who donated what you could, building a campaign with zero corporate PAC dollars, for my staff, who built this team up from nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself, and for Noah, our 5-year-old, who presses her hands against the window to wave goodbye every morning when I leave for work. Remember me, she reminded me recently. It's not about you, it's about trying hard and having fun.
Can y'all hear something, chat?
So I want to be very clear about what this announcement is not. I may be
That's my block. Yo, I'll be wet. Ha ha ha. Ooh la la la. Log in. Ha ha ha. Yeah, ain't no drop box. Let's go ba ba ba. Why she on some
You gotta hit in that though. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Okay, sorry. This is actual music. Okay, anyway. She dropped, she suspended her campaign. She dropped out. That would do it for today. That's on the ground are killing me. Why is she dancing like that? It's very Hillary Clinton coded. Right? In more ways than one, because she also can't win an election. Anyway, she sealed her okay, that wasn't nice. Okay, I can understand that wasn't a nice thing. It's true. But like, I don't know. There's no other way to describe it other than like, she just took an L. She took an L, in that she thought that she could make this a personal race, removed from policy, and then she realized that like voters just don't care about her own personal beefs with Hassan Piker. That was her biggest L in this campaign, was like trying to be like, oh, look at this far left wacko Abdullah Saeed and how he campaigns with this other far left wacko Hassan Piker, and I must condemn them. You must condemn them. Everybody condemn them, please. And it's just like voters just don't care. Right? Voters care about policy. You know, even when answering questions about Hassan, Abdul always focused back to policy, 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 right? You want me to condemn Hassan, but I want to talk about my policy. And Mallory was just like, no, I must talk about why Hassan is bad. And I don't know why, like, she thought it would work for her, but it didn't work for Andrew Cuomo. It didn't. Andrew Cuomo lost in the exact same way. Almost identically. Only thing we know now is if she is like, I'm actually instead going to run as an independent in the general, which I don't think she will. Campaign manager is failing upwards as usual. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, I run it back because I literally did not hear a single word she said. Right?
Today, I'm announcing that I am
Did you compare Hassan to Nick Fuentes? Yes, she did. I don't think that's like inherently why she lost, but I think that's part of like the entire circumstance, which is like she focused too much on personal, like interpersonal beef. Right? Opposition doesn't really hit the same anymore. It did. And to be fair, like she wasn't wrong to do so if you're thinking about like the older way politics used to work. It used to be you run against a candidate, you have your team dig up all the dirt on that candidate, you run ads that attack, like, you know what I mean? Ads that attack their personality, who they've talked to, who they've interacted with, the things they said in the past. Because before, the Democrats and the Republicans never really disagreed on policy. Right? They both be like, hey, we both love corporations, right, guys? And so they have to be like, my opponent has a mistress, which, to be fair, good attack ass. Do more of those. I like that. Right? Whereas, like, nowadays, the socialists and the socialist aligned candidates who are running are like, hey, I'm gonna talk about my policies. I'm gonna actually address the policies that I'm talking about. You know, I'm going to actually address people's material condition. I want to address how they're living, right? And what we need to fix about that. And so when you start doing a personal attacks against those people, you look like the crazy person. You look like the problem when you are doing personal attacks, right? And normal opposition research on your opponent. And your opponent's like, I want you to have free healthcare, right? Especially in a Democratic primary, right? Voters don't like that. They make you look like a politician, right? And they don't want a politician. Not inherently so. I think doing personal attacks just makes people start questioning, well, what are you hiding? I mean, maybe, but I think it's more just like, people are just like, yeah, we know. They're a politician. They have dirt in the closet. Put the policies in the bag, little bro. Kind of thing.
Spending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers, for everyone who donated what you could, building a campaign with zero corporate.
I will say, I do hate that we're still in a state of politics that, like, running for Congress requires donations upwards of like $500,000, essentially. Right? Of like individual donations, if not more, depending on like where you're running at. Right? I do wish that like it was actually just about the policies, and the person who has the best policy is like would win the election. But it is a lot about like, hey, you need to dump like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars into these campaigns to even compete. And like uncapped now, so it's going to be worse. Citizens United should be we need to get rid of Citizens United. Companies are not people.
Dollars for my staff who built this team up from nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself.
Who's right?
And for Noah, our 5-year-old who presses her hands up against the window to wave goodbye every morning when I leave for work. Remember, Mom, she reminded me recently, it's not about if you win. It's about trying hard and having fun. She's right. So I want to be very clear about what this announcement is not.
Endorsement?
I may be suspending this campaign, but I am not leaving the fight.
She's pulling the Cuomo chat. Mallory McCrow, she's running as an independent. All right, okay.
I never planned on politics. After the 2016 election, I felt lost. I picked up my phone and I typed 5 words into the search bar: how to run for office. And here's what I learned. When regular people get in the fight, things can change. In my very first election, we flipped a district against the incumbent. 4 years later, with so many of you, we flipped the Michigan Senate for the first time in nearly 40 years. And we didn't stop at winning. We repealed Michigan's abortion ban. We raised wages. We made sure every child gets breakfast and lunch at school. We made it easier to go to college. We expanded civil rights, voting rights, and so much more. These wins took thousands of us, showing up every single day, refusing to give up when there were setbacks. That's why I'm staying in this fight, and why I need you to stay.
She needs to explain what she means by that. What do you mean?
Now, I haven't been shy about calling for new leadership and a better Democratic Party. I mean it. The energy is there. People are crying out for change, and we owe it to them to listen. Then we need to build it up together from the ground up. So here's what we do next. Every day through November 3rd, we win this Senate seat, and we send Mike Rogers back to Florida for good. Whoever wins this primary on August 4th will have my full...
Whoever. Okay, interesting. Whoever. Who do you think that should be? Hey, not Haley. What's her name? Mallory?
Support. Then...
Okay, I don't understand. I don't get that, right? Why not just throw your support behind somebody now? Right? Why wait until the primary is over?
Primary on August 4th will have my full support. Then, let's elect Jocelyn Benson as our next governor. Let's flip the state house and expand our majority in the state senate. Let's elect Democrats up and down the ticket and show the rest of the country what it means to fight like Michigan. 10 years ago, I started this work heartbroken, typing 5 words into a search bar. And I learned the only thing that has ever really changed this country. Ordinary people who love something enough to fight for it. I love this country. I love Michigan. And I love the little girl who waves at me from the window every morning, trusting the grown-ups to leave her a state and a country worth inheriting. That's who I'm fighting for. And I'm not going anywhere. I hope that you'll join me.
Sure. That's fine. It was a fine little thing or whatever. She should have actually stood for something and been like, I am endorsing Haley Stevens to run for... Nah, she won't do that because obviously Haley Stevens is a more moderate option anyway, so it wouldn't make any sense. Right, but she could also endorse Abdul if she really wanted to, but she doesn't want to do that either. So this is kind of like the coward's way out. Right? Dropping out but not endorsing anybody is kind of the coward's way out. His response, it's kind of long. I don't want to read it. She's just, I welcome your supporters, which is fine. I don't expect him to rip bozo her or whatever. Right? Honestly, he probably shouldn't. Theoretically, Because I should not do that. Well, it's like specifically about Abdul. Abdul did have a video as well, though.
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending
Man, he posts a lot like a millennial too, bro. Is this video, this video, this video, this video, and this video all in like 2 days. You don't want him to act his age? I'm just pointing out the obvious, right? Oh wait, no, we already saw it. This actually was not the video I thought it was. It was the other video. We're already playing it. The fact that you thought that I was a millennial genuinely offends me. That is offensive. How dare you? Don't say I'm 36. Miles being that person. Anyway, it was this video I was talking about.
Hey friends, Abdul here. I just learned that Senator McCrow has decided to suspend her campaign. I just want to say to her, her family, everybody involved in that campaign, her supporters, thank you for the work that you did for democracy. Our democracy runs on people putting in that kind of effort. None of a question, despite our policy differences, whether or not Senator McCrow would show up to fight for my daughters and hers. But the question to all of us now is this. Are we willing to allow AIPAC, big corporations, Chuck Schumer, to show up and rig our democracy, to choose who our Democratic nominee is going to be? They spent $30 million to drown her out. Now they're spending millions to attack me. This is all in an effort to cherry pick from Washington.
Like, this is smart. I can't say it's not smart. I don't think it would work with the people online who are like Hutch. But I do think it'll work for people like the people on the couch, like the older, millennial, even Gen Xers and stuff, who will see like this on like CNN, MS Now, and think like, yeah, that makes sense.
in DC or New York, who gets to be the Democratic nominee for Senate from Michigan. I think we get that choice. So I'm asking everybody who supported her to support us now.
There's McCrow Stan, who's account that's not supporting Abdul. I saw that.
Is one of joy about the future we can have when we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. And for all the folks who've been with us all along, thank you for everything. But right now is the time to double down. So if you haven't made that contribution yet, this is the time. If you haven't done that shift that you've been thinking about doing, now is the time. It is us, the UAW, Bernie Sanders, AOC, the nurses, working families, against the oligarchs, big corporations, AIPAC, Chuck Schumer. We know we can win, but we.
I do love you put Chuck Schumer in there. All right, he gets respect from me from that. Right? Respect.
Need you.
I only hope that he doesn't because this is something like Graham Pliner did when Janet Mills dropped out after the primary, is that he never said that he wanted Chuck Schumer to stay in, obviously. But it was less like, it was more like we need to work with the current establishment a little bit. Well, we still need a new change of leadership, but while they're here, we'll work with them, kind of thing. Right? And something that I think Chris Rapp also did a little bit, which is I want somebody to beat their primary, face the Republican, and still be like, yeah, no, Chuck gotta go. Chuck, you're the enemy here. So the question is whether or not Abdul will stick by name dropping Chuck Schumer when he beats the primary. Right? And I understand the strategic aspect of it, where it's getting an aligned Democratic Party to win the general election. I do get that, but it would be nice just to see somebody be like, "Yeah, no, f that. I'm still all out of Chuck." But it was stick by. He already came out asking for Van Hollen to be the leader of the Senate. We want people to play that establishment dem game. We know why they do it. Yeah, I get it. I do get it. It's just hoping that to be yeah, we still need to somewhat come together and work together. I get that. But understand that we have enough power that we literally do not need them. We don't. We do not need them. And honestly, throwing them to the wolves will actually make you more popular to further incentivize why you don't need them. Wow. Did I mean to close that? I did. Anyway, also I want to point out one more time that this was the battle of the millennials. Mallory McCrow was the exact same as Abdul as it pertains to millennial spirit. She's one of you guys, millennials. Always blame millennials. True. But she didn't do it well. To make a stream and post Gen Z cringe. Listen, I own the cringe, but just know that Gen Z likes socialism more than y'all do. So is Chris Rabb. Okay, you have a few examples of decent millennials, right? Chris Rabb doing karate moves or whatever. That's kind of cool. Gen Z is better. So suck it. Anyway, keep me updated on the Graham Plattner stuff. His name is muted on Twitter for me. So if it drops, I literally won't know. But today is Monday. It said it was dropping Monday or Tuesday. So Rabb is Gen X. Is he? So y'all don't even get him. L. I do understand you. Yeah. Sorry, this is millennial. Is she or is she Gen Z, actually? I think she's Gen Z. We claim her. She said before, I doubt it's going to be worse than the 3 tour Blackwater racism, Nazi tattoo, but I'm interested. She's 32. Hours. Isn't she 30? I thought she was like, okay. Whatever. We'll give you one. You have me a lot, though. And I will not pit black women against each other. It's just, you're up one and you're up one. She's a zillennial. Not a real thing. It's Gen Z. It has a Z in it, in its name. Also, Mike Dillon, thank you for the Prime. Chairman Blackfit, thank you for the 24 months. KTA, thank you for the 15 months. Dollar, thank you for the gifted sub as well. And it's Gloomy, thank you for the tier 1. Chat, we are like 33 away from 1K. And you know what happens at 1K. Millennial is fake. That's all I'm saying. Realize Millennial Code W real. Not true. Not true. Incorrect. This is cope. You're coping. You're coping. There's also the Gideon stuff. Him getting arrested. Jamila's young millennial. You're wrong. He's Gen Z. We're basically like the same age. So, exactly. He's one of us. Everyone typical. Millennials trying to steal from everybody else. Also typical. Talk about yours getting stolen from. Briefly, I don't really care about it though. If I'm being entirely honest, it's not really like a good newsworthy thing.
I don't even be around those blackies. Them.
What the? I shouldn't laugh at that. That is crazy.
Yeah. I know exactly what's going on right here.
$250 a week on Dunkin'?
Probably.
$250 a fucking week on Dunkin'?
Probably.
Every day you're getting donuts every fucking day. How are you enough?
Now, for what it's worth, Caleb Hammer has started.
Mila's not your age. She's my age. She's this millennial. Mila is my age. We're basically the same age. We're actually besties. We're actually super besties, actually. Have we ever spoken before? No. Does she know who I am? Probably not, but we're basically besties.
Financial audit as a means to help those in need. People sign up for the show that know they're in great financial situations and strife, and then they come on for him to give them advice, see where their spending is, and guide them in the right direction.
No, I am Gen Z. Chat, what year do you think I was born? If you know, don't answer. If you don't know, then you can answer. Knowing that I am Gen Z. Remember you questioning if Maya was Gen Z? I did question if Maya was Gen Z because I thought Maya was a millennial. To be fair. Was it one because you got no swag? That's crazy. 2003, mods banned that person. 2002, mods banned that person. Banned them. Banned them now. September 2001. Close. What day? Yeah, yesterday. 2027, September 11th, 2001. Good guess. Anyone that was born after 9/11, September 10th, 2001. What location? Question mark. 1998. See, I like that. I like that question. 1988 is crazy. I can tell you haven't lived through 9/11. You enjoy like 200 shows. Crazy. Also wrong. Give you a hint. I was born before 9/11. I was indeed born before 9/11. This is true. I'll let you keep guessing. What's your social security number? It's
first watched the show, it was pretty solid stuff. A reality check for most, and even a little reminder.
No, I was not born in 2001. How dare you? I was born in the best year to ever be born in, and that is
To me that, hey, I probably don't need to stop at McDonald's because I don't have McDonald's money.
I don't like how close this was. Oh, I streamed my birthday. I was like, how do you know my birthday? I streamed on my birthday.
Over the past couple of years, Caleb Hammer seemingly has been more content-pilled now more than ever.
You absolute degenerate piece of shit.
We're talking to me now. Oh, Thor.
Can we please bring in Tyler? I just need a little translating here.
Oh, you need some translating?
I need a little bit of...
What seemed to be somebody who is level-headed and
Bro, can I have a word I want to say about that person? So it was your birthday last week. Did I? I don't think I did. Remember your birthday because it's the same as my oldest? Oh, I forgot some of you have kids. Do you ever just sit for a second and think, I'm kind of a failure because my parents, by the time they were my age, were married and they had their first kid. And I'm still single. For your kids? No. Is this fake information? No, this was real. That was real information. Oh, Nyx was so small back then. She was so small. She was tiny. She's not small anymore. She's the same dog because she's a hassle. Original life scripts are overrated. Half end up having a midlife crisis. I'm 34, married, trying to get a house, no kids at all. Okay, no need to flex that you're married. You're actually born in 2000? Yes, I was born in 2000. Society has moved past the need for kids. That is really funny. You need to start charging the rent. True, I should start charging her rent. If you aren't divorced in your 20s, that's worse. I have a friend who is divorced. I have two friends who are divorced, actually, who are my age. We went to high school together. We were in the same high school class. We were really good friends. They're both divorced, pretty sure. And now one's dating a black guy. Military by chance? How did you know? How did you know? I'm 12 and divorced thrice. And a guy who was married twice by 20 and was in the military too. It's always military? Yeah. To be fair, okay. I will say this. I think it's a little bit funny. I saw that she married a white guy, and I was like, that's not gonna lie. And it didn't. And now she's dating a black guy. I was like, that makes sense. That makes more sense.
Caring about truly emotional things when it comes to people.
Even if I was saying that things were better back then, you only think that because you were a kid. It sucks for everyone else. I fear for my sisters who will get with white boys.
Personal finances.
Oh no, she's not black, Chad. She's not black. In case you thought that.
Now taking on this whole different persona. Maybe this is his old one shining through, but it seems as though Caleb Hammer is now starting to.
She's Italian? No. To me, she's mixed. She's like white and Filipino. Googling if Italians are white? No. I am not Googling if Italians are white. Obviously, they're not.
Invite people on there to be not just his personal punching bags.
What hits your account on a monthly basis?
My paycheck? Yes! I get 2 paychecks. So it's not monthly, it's bi-weekly.
But what hits over? What's your
Okay, I like her. I like her just because she made him mad.
bi-weekly check that hits your account? Oh, you're a This is why you will never go beyond customer service. And that's not talking about a customer service. You'll just never go beyond it.
And I don't know, man. It seems as though we kind of lost the plot. How you got here in a financial conversation in the first place is beyond me. But then to bring your token black co-host or black
Thank you,
whatever this guy,
it's strange.
Purpose is to then be in the mix of all of these racial jokes.
I don't want to say that he looks the way that I think somebody who occupied that position would look, but I won't say it. I'll just let it be implied.
Racial moments, racial content is just a little bit too much on the nose.
How do you think George Floyd died? There you go. If you're not afraid to say it, then say it.
Say what?
And behind all the yelling, behind all the crash outs,
and the fact that he's still, it's kind of like, okay, honestly, it's a little bit like AB working for Ethan Klein. You know what I mean? Like, why would you keep yourself in that position? The money can't be that good. You know? Like,
behind all of the nonsensical racial themed things is an algorithm that is pushing all of this to the forefront of the conversation. And all the while, you have an audience who is yearning for this content because at the end of the day, it's still financial advice, right? And now the real question becomes, is the financial audit show still about helping people fix their lives? Or did Caleb Hammer turn broke people into content? Did we really need to do the Jerry Springerification of financial struggles and hardships of the average everyday American? If you're new to this and you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. Is going to go a long way for the channel. Trust me, I'm not going to yell at you if you don't do these things. We're not going to Jerry Springerification this platform. I would have been yelling at content creators a long time ago. I don't know. That's just a little strange to me. Anyway, back into the video.
This is Caleb Hammer.
Hey, wait!
This is also Caleb Hammer.
If you rent and just put your money into the stock market instead of that down payment on a house with a little extra for a mortgage, you'll win every time.
This is...
Oh my goodness. He is a terrible financial advisor. Do not listen to that man. Do not listen to that man.
Is also Caleb Hammer.
Like, I own, but it was very affordable for me.
I went on Caleb Hammer's financial audit a few years ago. Now, what I failed to understand about Caleb's show, I had been watching it for a little while, was that at that time, it didn't quite feel so drama-based, but it really was. By the time I got there, I was looking for...
Yeah, it's just rent and gamble instead of having a somewhat stable form of equity in a house. Now, the housing market is also gambling, but it's more like a long-term gambling. There are like big lows, and then there's big highs. Where the stock market is just like, yo, the president could tweet something, and then your money is literally just gone. Literally, the president can make a tweet, and you have no more money because you have something in a house. Yeah. So if you have my Trump coin. If you have the means to like invest, then like investing is not a bad option, given that you do the more safer forms of investment, right? But the idea is like, yeah, don't buy a house, just perpetually keep renting, right? At the very least, at the end of your mortgage, you own something, right? Renting is good for a very, 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 very minute subset of people, right? For most people, they would be better served having a house, right, than to, or at least like a condo, like owning a piece of property, than they would perpetually renting. Perpetual renting is good for like, if you have if you're like, I don't know, like a traveling nurse or something, right? You do very, very short-term leases, right? if you move a lot, if you are in a if you're in an industry or a field that requires you to frequently travel and live in different places, if you're a postdoctoral student, right, and you're just taking consistent postdoc positions where you're at one university one place and one university another place, right? There's a number of different places or times where renting could be beneficial, but for most of the country, you will be better served owning a piece of property. Kind of point, I don't want a house. Well, you don't have to have a house. You can have a condo. You have a townhome, right? Renting is literally giving your money to a landlord so they can steal from you, right? And if you have no other option where that is your only option, that's fine, right? But like, renting is like, by and large, unless you are in a circumstance where you need to rent, and you would know that, right? If you had the ability to do so, buying a piece of property and owning that piece of property, right, would better serve you for like, again, I would say 85% of people. 85% of people. Kind of sucks, man. You have to pay fees that are crazy high. You don't have to say what you do, your own condo. Some extent, yeah, but that also is housing too, you know? Like that includes houses that have HOAs. The different HOAs, exactly, right? So okay, it's not all peaches and cream. Right? I'm not saying that it's like, you know, inherently like you're gonna be like happy or whatever, right? But renting has those same stipulations, and you don't even own where you live, and you're getting a landlord rich. $1,500 to $3,000 a month rent for so many places near me. Virtually renting means less money for buying for most people, or it's a loop where you get stuck in the name of the rent and not own it. Sad, yes. And it's frustrating because I literally pay more, right, in my rent in some circumstances, like when I was in LA and in DC, than my parents pay for mortgage, right? But to be fair, that's LA versus like a North Carolina house or whatever. But like, well, I'm kind of scared of owning a home. One day you have to maintain it is definitely a better deal long term. Yes, but again, this implies that like your landlord actually maintains your house, right? And if you are a renter, you know, by and large, landlords don't do that. Oh, my fridge broke. Theoretically speaking, I don't own the fridge, so my landlord should have to come and fix it. You put in a maintenance request, they don't answer you for 3 months. You know, a perfect example of what can happen when you're renting. Have y'all heard about what's happening in North Carolina? There's a apartment complex called, I think it's called the Oliver. In Charlotte, North Carolina, right? Residents of the University City apartment complex left seeking answers after more than 2 weeks without management. The management just left. They just up and left. Right? Oh, and have y'all seen the TikTok person? The TikTok lady who was like subletting, and then it was like a whole thing.
The Charlotte apartment complex say the property has been without management for 2 weeks now. They say it feels like the people they knew running the complex disappeared overnight. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell tried to find out what's behind the issue.
Rent was due yesterday, but who do you pay the rent to?
That's a question many residents have at the Oliver apartment complex in University City. It's been without property management for more than 2 weeks.
Lord knows they don't fix this, I'm going to be breaking my lease sooner than I'm supposed to.
One tenant we spoke with asked us not to show her face. She says on June 17th, this sign was posted to the door of the leasing office, informing residents that the company KKKlein no longer managed the property and that a new management company will, quote, be in touch. But this tenant says she has heard very little from the property owner outside.
It's mad low. Sorry, it's just like, I guess how it is.
Of this second letter posted to the door, It tells residents to pay their July rent with a check or money order and to email their maintenance requests to a Gmail account.
I need to be ensured that the rent is going somewhere that's supposed to be going to.
Smart.
Like, how do I, who's getting the rent?
Someone needs to put a sign on the door. It was like, hey, just put your rent in room 201, please. Just go ahead and drop it in the mailbox of 201. I promise I'll get it. I promise it's going to go to the management company, please. You can pay it in cash or in cash. Yeah, I'm gonna leave my Cash App right here. Go ahead and pay your rent. It's fine.
That's the concern of another tenant we spoke with over the phone. She claims that a friend of the property owner is collecting July's rent on their behalf.
Nope. Don't pay that rent. I'm sorry. Do not pay that. Don't pay that, please. Nope.
But that person is doing so without access to residents' online portals.
She has no way of verifying what our rent is, who's paying rent, because they don't have our emails, they don't have our numbers, they don't even know who we are.
Other residents tell us their calls for maintenance have gone unanswered. It's not clear why KKKlein abruptly stopped managing the Oliver. The company's website shows that it manages more than 20 other properties across the Charlotte area. Multiple tenants tell us they believe there was a financial dispute between KKKlein and the property owner. We reached out to KKKlein to find out what happened, but we never heard back.
Our management company walked out on us 3 weeks ago.
Kaya Pendergrass just moved into the Oliver in April. She posted about the ongoing situation on her TikTok. The video has more than 600,000 views.
I said we were in a war zone, but honestly, there were signs that management were leaving. I saw on the 17th. And I was curious to know.
This is back her property. Some of their properties in Dallas got foreclosed on or something recently. I don't know, actually. That's a good question.
What was going to happen around the.
BlackRock could very well be. I mean, BlackRock is the largest owner of homes in this country. So it would not be a surprise if they also own these apartments. Just statistically speaking.
First, because rent would come up.
Pendergrass knows her neighbors are frustrated, but now says she thinks that the property owner will eventually get things under control, hopefully sooner rather than later.
For me,
and until they do, you should not pay a single dollar in your rent. Genuinely. Use this as time to organize with your neighbors and do not pay a single penny. Until you have verification of the fact you're going to be taken care of.
My biggest concern was making sure I can get into the building, get into my apartment. My water is running, my lights are on. And as of now, all of that is secured.
We tried to speak with a person collecting July's rent inside the Oliver's leasing office to find out what exactly is going on and why residents seem to have been left in the dark. She told us that she did not have time to speak about the situation. Meanwhile,
what else are you going to be doing? It's not like you're actually managing the property.
The property owner still has not returned our request for comment. In Charlotte, Matt Still, Queen City News.
No, you should not pay a friend of the former property managers in order to.
Will certainly be a hot.
Like, for what? Nah.
Even on the water.
Nah, stop, please. Don't do it. Not doing it. But yeah, there was this, and then there was also this, which is. This is a separate thing, not at all the same.
A sublet I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok series about me.
I'm on the brink of.
Have y'all seen this? Have y'all seen this lady? If anyone in this situation, it gives them this PDF so they can know how to fight with their neighbors. I'm on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok anymore, honestly. I'm literally not on TikTok anymore. I saw this from Twitter. Someone posted it on Twitter.
Losing my housing, and I don't know what to do anymore. Over a month ago, my roommate informed me she didn't want to re-sign with me for very stupid reasons. I've made videos about it. She said that I could stay instead and that she would leave. And then 2 weeks go by and she changes her mind, and I had to find out from the landlord that she was leaving again. And I was given 24 hours to find a new roommate. we're bringing a personal guarantor, and I wound up finding someone, which was really great. I warned her up front that leave if this is too much. The drama has been stupid. She did wind up backing out, and I reassured her. I was like, there are no hard feelings. I don't wish this stress on anyone. I'm now facing this
In case you're wondering what has happened, from what I understand, this lady, right, starving artist in New York City, right, not like starving isn't like derogatorily, like she's actually starving, but like an artist who's like trying to make their ends meet by being an artist full time, right, in New York City. These are artwork. I haven't seen her artwork. She apparently was subletting in an apartment with somebody else. This person was the actual renter who was subletting her apartment to this person, right? She decided that she no longer wanted to live in this apartment, and so she was going to move, which means that either she would have to move, or she would have to pay for the apartment by herself, or she would have to find a roommate, right? Or a guarantor or somebody in order to help her pay the rent if she can't afford to pay the rent herself, right? Does that make sense? I just summarized 30 TikToks, apparently, to you just now, right? And that would be all well and good, right? It would be a simple circumstance of like, oh, this is an unfortunate circumstance that's not good for anybody. Her problem is that she decided that she wanted to go to TikTok and then complain about this person for not wanting to rent like anymore at this place. So she made it everybody else's problem because she's like, how dare you not want to sublet to me anymore? This must be discrimination or something. I made that last part up, I think. Right? But it's basically like she's saying that she shouldn't even like be allowed to leave or shouldn't be allowed to move or whatever, right? Because it's unfair to her because it's leaving her without a place to stay. And it's just like, lady, you're the sublet. Like, it's not her fault that you are subletting. So like she has to like force herself to stay so that you can stay. It doesn't make any sense. And she's making it seem like it's the other person's fault. Anyways, with that context, let's play this one again.
My housing, and I don't know what to do anymore. Over a month ago, my roommate informed me she didn't want to re-sign with me for very stupid reasons. I've made videos about it. She said that
Private property owner did, even allowed this. They usually don't allow it if you aren't living there. No, they are both living there, right? Right. So she's not a landlord, chat. They are roommates. Yeah, she was living in there and then subletting her second room, basically, to this other person. You know, so she wasn't like renting it out as a separate landlord. Right? Very common in New York City. Yes, it is very common. But like, she's like, how dare she not want to re-sign her lease so that I could stay here for longer? You know? But if she's subletting, she's a bit of a landlord. It's a similar concept, but I don't think it's necessarily the same thing, right? I think subletting it's similar in nature, but it's a little bit different than like, it's basically, subletting is not inherently a bad thing because like she can't afford to rent the apartment herself, and she probably, as she said, she couldn't find a guarantor to rent the apartment herself, right? And so having somebody who can afford to like be or take on the liability of the lease, and then they extend that to you as a sublet, right, is useful for people who don't have a guarantor and who don't have enough money, right? And don't have good credit or don't have enough money to be able to lease themselves, right? And that's a problem with the rent being too high, right? That is an issue inherently with the rent being too high, right? But it's not necessarily like, I would say the same level as like buying a property and then renting that property out while not living there, inherently so. You know? Why is the subletter changing her mind at least 2 times? I don't know. Nor do I think it really matters. Like, you're not, I don't think you like, because it could be a number of different things. It could be like she thought she had a place and then she didn't have a place. It could be that she promised that she wanted to stay because she didn't want to kick this person out, but it was taking too long. I don't freaking know. Have you seen it? I have seen there's another great article coming out. Yes. You think I haven't seen that? I keep my finger to the pulse. I get why they split it with the affordability issue, but technically, and it's up to you to make sure you can get a roommate when the contract is up. Yes. Yeah, I'll just play it.
I could stay instead, and that I'm on the brink of losing my housing, and I don't know what to do anymore. Over a month ago, my roommate informed me she didn't want to re-sign with me for very stupid reasons. I've made videos about it. She said that I could stay instead, and that she would leave. And then like 2 weeks go by, and she changes her mind, and I had to find out from the landlord that she was leaving again. And I was given 24 hours to find a new roommate. We're bringing a personal guarantor, and I wound up finding someone, which was really great. I warned her up front that leave if this is too much. The drama has been stupid. She did wind up backing out, and I reassured her. I was like, there are no hard feelings. I don't wish this stress on anyone. I'm now facing this final week by myself. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I may try to ask the landlord to just let me pay the entire month of July's rent to buy me time to find someone. I can try to rush and find a new roommate. I don't know, dude. This has been agonizing. I've moved so many times the last year of living in New York. I'm on my
I would understand I do understand the frustration about this here. What I don't understand is why she has beef with like her roommate, right? The subletter. That's what doesn't make sense to me, right? Like she would, again, Chad, I have to remind you, she made a 30-part video. A 30-part video, right? Lambasting this person because like she wanted to move somewhere. And it's just like, that's strange. Right? Because like it's not her fault that like she didn't have a guarantor or whatever. Like, and she's like, this is not your parent, you know? Like she has no responsibility to be like, oh, if you can't find a roommate, I'm going to put my plans on hold until you are able to find another roommate or another living crisis, like or another living situation, right? And like, so I understand why she's frustrated, but I think she has her frustration targeted at the wrong person. You know? Like, and that's bad. Get why she's upset, but it's like forcing someone to date you. It's unethical. You can't force someone to live with you. Yeah.
Fifth sublet now. And I know the life that I signed up for by being a full-time artist in New York City. Mom Donnie gave a speech after the Knicks won, and I don't have like all of the words.
Like getting mad at the girl your boyfriend is cheating with instead of him. Yeah.
But he was like, what is New York if not your back is up against the wall, your dream just out of reach, unsure how you'll make your next rent payment, and looking at those 99.6% odds that are against you and smiling because in that 0.4% New Yorkers find a way. You know, it's interesting when my new roommate...
And I will say, right, and obviously, like, nobody should go homeless, and I do agree with that, right? But please, can people stop moving to New York City with no money in their bank account? Why do people keep doing this? Stop doing this, please. For the cross country after a breakup to New York City, if I recall correctly, is that it's true? Yes. This is a thing that people keep doing, right? Not just this person, right? Like I saw a video last year of somebody who was like, I had $2 in my bank account, so I'm going to move to New York City. Why? Why? Why are we doing this? We do it for LA as well, and they shouldn't do that either. They should not do that either, right? But again, if you are going to do that, right, you can't get mad at like this person in that circumstance, right? You can't get mad at the person who was subletting to you for also wanting to move somewhere else. That's why it doesn't make any sense to me. Right? And it's not even just getting mad. Because I think try to ask, like, why are people clowning on this lady? It's because she's harassing her roommate, right? This is harassment. Making a 30-part video series about why it's wrong for your roommate / subletter to not keep living with you and how it's unfair to you, that's harassment. She's harassing this person. Like, I wonder if she still has all this series up. Or she can paint right now with all this attention, right? Problem solved. I don't think so. You don't get paint off TikTok. Also, why her roommate is leaving to begin with. Apparently, there was also like she's also just like not a good roommate, but it's whatever. That's not the point of it, right? It's weird to like focus that energy and that attention on like the roommate. That's what doesn't make sense to me, right? I think she's allowed to be frustrated, right? She's allowed to be frustrated. She's allowed to be frustrated by the situation. But then being like, oh, it's my roommate's fault. It's her fault, actually. And it's just like, you watch the roommate video? I'll watch it after I finish this video. And it's strange. It's strange. But separately from that, please, stop moving to New York with 2 cents in a pack of bubble gum in your bank account. I am begging you. Stop going to New York and moving to New York with 2 cents and a paperclip.
Backed out. I feel like 2 weeks ago me would have like broken down in tears, but I think I was expecting it. I wasn't going to be surprised.
Why do you hate the American dream? Because it doesn't work, all right? Because it doesn't work, and then I'm going to have to hear about how it's not working on your TikTok. You know what I mean? It objectively doesn't work. New York City son or LA daughter, they're the same thing. It's the same picture. It's a perfect storm basically of housing and rental system. It's deserving of ire and causing a stress, but it sounds like other issues in this context. They have made it into a personal conflict issue. So did she confirm if this was month to month or straight up, you live with me until I move out? It was a 3-month lease, from what I understand, right? It was a 3-month lease that she was at the end of. So it wasn't even like the roommate was like, oh, I'm leaving, so you got to get out too, right? She signed the sublet for 3 months. It was a 3-month sublet. And the 3 months were up. Only 3 months only? That's how subletting is, especially in New York City, right? Because the rental situation is so bad, right? Because the rental situation is so bad, like there is like a culture of like, you know, owning in New York City, which nobody can do because, you know, in New York City. Then it's renting, which pretty much everybody else does. And then it's like subletting, which is like part-time renting. Temporary housing situation where like you just kind of bounce from place to place to place. Back in the day, we did month to month for our subletting. Hasn't she been through like 6 or 7 sublets in 2 in a year? Yes. I don't know if I spoiled that, but like, yeah.
I've just been surrendering. I can't carry it anymore. This is too much for me. I don't have control of this. I don't have control over the landlords being really fucking shitty or raising the rent without telling me until like Friday. I have no safety net. I don't have family that I can rely on financially. I'm not saying that to garner sympathy either. I'm stating the facts of where I'm at and that my back is literally up against a wall right now. But one thing that I know for sure is I love New York and I belong here and I'm not going anywhere. I want this to be a win for all of us, because now I know so many of you are invested in this, and I want so badly to get to the end of this and be surprised at like a miracle that has come through for me, and it be even more than what I could have imagined. Thankfully, what I do feel in my body is a resilience to keep fighting for New York. Like, I'm a part of this, even if I'm not in that crowd. I'm a part of this city. I may not be a true New Yorker because I wasn't born here, but I know I have a New Yorker soul. That's why I feel at home here. Perhaps in a past life I lived here, you know? I don't know what's going to happen, but I can promise you I'll continue to be kind to myself, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? I'm on the brink of losing my housing, and I don't know.
Okay. Well, there's more that I want to get to. I want to get to like a little bit more of the story. Apparently, there was a finale.
I'm bringing a friend today. I just had my shop drop, and this is Klondike, the ice cream Kit Kat. It's only glazed on the front, but the sides are not glazed. And this is my first time actually being able to fidget with it. It feels really nice. So I have some minor updates for you about my roommate, landlord bullshit situation. If you don't know what's going on, go back and watch the other videos. There's now a playlist on TikTok that I made.
Oh, there's a playlist on TikTok?
Finally. All right, motherfuckers. It's windy as fuck. It just seems to fit my mood right now. Got updates for you about my fuck-ass roommate situation living in New York City. Please just go back and watch the other videos. I don't have the energy to re-explain. Been waiting to hear from my landlord.
What other video? This is the first video on the playlist.
I've been waiting to...
Oh, no, actually, this is actually not. Sorry, I went the wrong way.
You're gonna have to forgive me for being a little lower energy than I would like to be when telling this story, but I was out until almost midnight last night. I promise if you give me a chance to give you some context, this story is so worth it. 24 hours ago, I was told by my current roommate that I was getting kicked out at the end of June, even though I moved in a month ago. Quickest backstory on me, I'm a full-time artist in New York City and I've always wanted to live here. I broke up with an abusive ex, quit my job, moved here with not a lot of money. Through all of last year, I've just been aching to find home. I felt like this place was it. My room faces a backyard.
Oh, wait, sorry. Important context, by the way.
Of last year, I've just been...
I forgot to say, I lived in 5 different sublets in the past year, just bouncing around trying to finally get on a lease. This is important context. 5 different sublets, right? As I've called it. So she's also subletting. And she thought she could take power back in her own hands. It's just silly. She's upset because subletting is known to be temporarily staying at a property. You are aware you're living there because the actual person has signed the lease needs someone to cover the remaining rent. So you can't really be surprised. That's kind of the point, which is why it's so confusing why she has so much beef for the roommate. Like, that's the agreement that you entered in. Right? You entered in like that agreement. That it was a temporary housing situation that you've been through 5 other times. Right? But what's really insane about this is that she has the opportunity to actually get on a lease. From what I understand, the landlord offered to get her on the lease so she can keep living there. But she just can't afford it because she doesn't have the money. So the landlord needed her to get a guarantor, and that guarantor eventually ended up pulling out. So like, I'm confused about what her beef is with the roommate. I genuinely don't understand what her beef is with the roommate. I understand if she had a beef with like with the landlord, right? But like, I'll play the roommate video after this video.
And aching to find home. I felt like this place was it. My room faces a backyard, so I get to hear the birds. It has a rooftop and I can see the entire skyline. It's perfect. I have one roommate, and when I met them, it seemed like everything was fine. There was a verbal agreement we were going to be re-signing in July, and that was when I was going to join the lease. When I moved in May, her tone changed, and it felt like she started policing me over things that were so elementary. I'm about to turn 30. This person is...
Sorry, did it say it was a...
And that
2-month lease?
I have one of last year. I've just been aching to find home. I felt like this place was it. My room faces a backyard, so I get to hear the birds. It has a rooftop and I can see the entire skyline. It's perfect. I have one roommate, and when I met them, it seemed like everything was fine. There was a verbal agreement we were going to be re-signing in July, and that was...
Yes, so the lease ended in July. Important context. The lease ends in July. So she signed on, right, to be a sublet for 2 months because that's when the lease ended. In May, right, end of May, the roommate was like, I want to leave actually. So what we were going to be doing, we're actually not going to be doing anymore because, you know what I mean? Because like I want to go to a different place, right? Again, I think you are allowed to be frustrated by that, but like that now being the like not that like you gotta eat that. You know, you can't force her to live with you. It's frustrating, right? That the plan you had no longer works, but like that's kind of life. You know what I mean? That's kind of life. But they gave 30 days notice. Well, the video came out on May 29th. That's well over 30 days notice, actually. Because that's when she started to complain about this, right? So at the very least, she knew for 2 months that she was going to have to find a different place to live. At least until, from what we know, May 29th.
When I was going to join the lease. When I moved in May, her tone changed and it felt like she started policing me over things that were so elementary. I'm about to turn 30. This person is mid-20s, but acting like they're in high school. She would not allow me to store things on the top 2 shelves in the cabinet because it, quote, stresses her out. And I moved.
Only for me to find out from a girl who lived here before me that my roommate had never been like that, never had that preference. Also, our kitchen is tiny. It's New York City, bro. We don't have the luxury of not utilizing all the shelves. Like, I'm sorry. Can I post a link to her Instagram, or is that a no-no? No, you cannot. But like, I don't know. It seems like a very weird, like, I don't know.
Moved in, I had a different dish rack than her, the one that has walls on this side. She just had a flat dish rack where she would just kind of awkwardly and haphazardly pile up the dishes. And I was like, hey, I've got this other dish rack. Would you be open to us giving it a try? Immediately, she shut it. My entire issue with her through this last month has...
Like, can I say this is a very New York transplant energy a little bit? Like, you are coming into, like, somebody else's space. And, like, sure, like they should be accommodating to like a new roommate that's coming in as well. But like I called that an hour ago, yeah. But like you have to realize that like one, like you're subletting in her apartment, right? But 2, it's also like not inherently like your space, right? And so just as like you have a right to be like, can we use this dish rag? She also has a right to be like, no. I don't want to use that dish rack, actually. Right? And if you're frustrated by that, lucky you, you're a sublet. You can go find literally somewhere else to live, right? Without being trapped into an entire lease agreement. Right? So it would sound like she would want to move away from her roommate, but she's mad the roommate still doesn't want to live with her. So that's weird. Right? You have like all these issues about how the roommate like exists, where you're like, but she doesn't want to live with me anymore. So I think she's tired of jumping from sublet to sublet, and instead of putting the work in to find another apartment or roommate, she just wanted to complain.
Just been her lack of compromising. And so a few nights ago, I received a text of her being like, please remember that the top shelf in the fridge is mine. I have just my gallon of milk stored up there in my creamer. Like, you can keep your milk.
Yeah, if it's not your fridge, it's not your fridge. Am I crazy? Hold on. My mother brought me food and the dogs were up here. She broke the agreement by acting like this. But like, if the top shelf is actually hers, why is your stuff on it? It sounds like she had a reasonable, if a little weird, boundary, and she's pissed her roommate is just ignoring it. Yeah. It's strange. It's genuinely strange. It doesn't sound, it sounds like it sounds like she wanted her own apartment. Are these not the normal pains of moving in with somebody you never met before? It sounds like trivial and stupid. It is, right? I understand being a little bit frustrated by it or whatever. Like, you're like, ugh, this is kind of weird. I have a kind of weird roommate. But like,
Kirby, need to move the creamer. And I was like, is there...
I doubt that's the entire story. Yeah, but this is the story that she's presenting. You know what I mean? Like, she's presenting the story. So if there's more to the story, she's not saying it. But if that's into the story, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
Reason why? Because you don't have that much stored on that shelf. She's like, because it's my shelf, that's why. And it was end of discussion. And I was too
And I'm
tired.
sorry, that kind of makes sense. That makes sense. It is her shelf. You don't get to dictate that, like, well, I deemed there's not that much stuff on your shelf, so it actually becomes my shelf now. Like, no, if you split up, like, that's like, okay, that's like saying that you got to keep your shoes in your room, and then your shoes end up in my room. And when I ask you why, you're like, well, you don't have many shoes in your room, so I feel like I can just store my shoes in your room. That would sound insane, right? Because we have divided the space up where I have my room and you have your room. And if you have too much shoes to fit in your room, you got to figure out somewhere else for that to go because it's not going in my room. And I feel like the fridge is different than that. It's actually not. The fridge is no different than that, right? Especially if you're divvying up space, right? I have my personal space and you have your personal space. So long as that space is like equitably divided, right? You can't encroach on my space no matter where it is, right? Because you feel like it's not that big of a deal, right? That is a boundary we are setting as roommates, right? And if you're fine with crossing that boundary, you're fine with crossing any boundary. And because what if you do a big grocery run and then your shelf is full of someone else's stuff? Yeah, especially if you defined it as like, you have your shelf, I have my shelf, you plan around that. Most fridges don't have enough room to split it like that, though, at least in my experience. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If that is how we've decided, you have your shelf, I have my shelf, you make it work, right? I would go as far as to say that fridges actually do have enough space to do that, right? But like, also, yeah, go on saying that this is also not her fridge as well. But like, still, I will say that she's a roommate there. So she has her own fridge. She has her own cabinets, right? You don't get to just flagrantly disregard the boundaries that we've agreed upon because you think it's not worth it, right? So she's getting mad at her roommates for a lack of compromise while she's flagrantly like disrespecting the boundaries the roommates have set. Where you can ask them if they say yes, great. If they say no, it's fine. Find a solution. Yeah, you can't just be like, hey, I'm going to put my stuff on your shelf. You know what I mean? I'm going to put my stuff on your shelf because I think I ran out of room on mine. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that. Like, honestly, she's the problem child here. She's the problem child here.
And why? Because you don't compromising. And so a few nights ago, I received a text of her being like, please remember that the top shelf in the fridge is mine. I have just my gallon of milk stored up there in my creamer. Like, you can keep your milk here, but you need to move the creamer. And I was like, is there a reason why? Because you don't have that much stored on that shelf. She's like, because it's my shelf, that's why. And it was end of discussion.
She doesn't need a reason. Okay, I'm sorry. Also better than me, because I would have thrown your stuff out. Better than me. Her getting a text from the roommate is better than me. Because if your stuff is on my shelf and I got stuff I want to put there, your stuff's going out. right? This is the equivalent of people who are like, who like have like communal laundry. They like leave their laundry inside of the laundry machine and then get mad when other people move the stuff, right? It's kind of like that. It's like you are in a like a shared space where there is a agreed upon movement, like agreed upon boundaries of like what is done, right? And you flagrantly disregard those boundaries and then get mad at people, right, who are frustrated by you disregarding the boundaries. I'll leave the laundry in the machine, which, to be fair, I did that. But when people move my stuff, I'm like, oh, okay. Now, my biggest beef is if you move my stuff and you don't start it back. All right, that's my biggest beef. If you move my stuff from the washing machine to the dryer and you don't start the dryer, then I have issues with you. Do me a solid and start the dryer for me. You already did half the work.
And I was too tired that night and I deal with this in the morning because I need to say something. Wake up and I type out very long text. I spent over an hour working on it because I grew up in an abusive family, I was in an abusive relationship. I just overly analyzed all of my words because I was afraid of things being used against me. The last few months I've been working on that. I'm coming into myself and feeling more at ease and confident in all the things, but I can still really struggle with taking up space. Of course, I'm gonna have screenshots for you. This is exactly what I said. I have nothing to hide.
I'm not reading all that.
Immediately came back with this, announcing that she was still looking for someone else to live with her. This is the first that I'm hearing of this. I thought everything was fine, besides her sort of hostile responses to me whenever I would bring something up as like a compromise, because that's what you fucking do with roommates. We don't even interact. She has her own front door in her bedroom. She doesn't even come through the living room. I stay in my room most of the time. We're kind of on different schedules. I'm giving all of this context because the further that you get down in these messages, the weirder that the shit gets. I got some tea from the girl who lived before me, and it gave so much context into some intuition that I had about my roommate, as well as what my role was in this scenario. Okay, here we go. You're gonna have to forgive me for being a little low.
Get this video. What's the roommate side? I guess I could, but like, the roommate just was like, I guess I can.
A sublet I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok series about me, and I want to address a few things. We're gonna keep it short and straight to the point because 30? I genuinely don't know how any of this is my fault. You started subleasing a few weeks ago. A sublease is temporary by definition, meaning I don't owe you shit. You are not entitled just because you moved in. I feel like I gave you plenty of notice and time to make arrangements so that when you re-sign the lease, you won't be stressed out. You even admitted that you found someone within a day. The real issue is that the rent increased and now you need to qualify for the lease yourself. And that is not my problem. That's just how New York renting goes. I feel like that's how renting goes in any state. You have moved 5 times within a year. At this point, babe, there's a common denominator and it's definitely not the people that you're subleasing from. I feel like at this point it's you. Throughout all your videos, there was a consistency of you talking about me, about my situation, my bills, my pay stubs, my proof of income, when in reality, I have a job. I pay my bills on time. I even secured my new apartment. I think you're projecting what you're lacking onto me. I feel like what's genuinely crazy is I never wished anything bad upon you. I really do hope you get approved for this apartment with your new roommate. What sucks is that you made 30 videos about me consecutively, wishing bad upon me, saying I'm getting karma, calling me names, calling me out of my name. I don't even know you, babe, and you don't even know me. I just met you a month ago. Hello? I just feel like I'm getting dragged for choosing what's best for me and my future. She also started a GoFundMe. I'm gonna insert the GoFundMe right here so you can read it briefly. You didn't start a GoFundMe because you lost your job, you have medical expenses to take care of, or have hard times at this moment. You started a GoFundMe because you don't have the funds for the apartment, and instead of being honest about that, you're blaming me. People have asked you multiple times, why don't you get an actual job? And your response is always, I'm an artist. There is plenty of artists in New York City that still have regular jobs. because they know rent needs to be paid at the end of the day. And instead of finding a job, you decide to basically scream, call me out of my name, say that I am a nightmare roommate, blaming me for not wanting to re-sign the lease with you, which is crazy. I feel like if you started a GoFundMe that said, I can't afford rent right now, that's one thing. But because you switched the narrative and basically stated you are trapped in a traumatized, abusive situation with your roommate because I'm choosing to leave is completely different. I feel like at some point you have to stop blaming other people for your circumstances that you are responsible for as a grown adult. And babe, you are 30 years old. You are a grown woman. Even I in my 20s understand the concept of how renting, how deposits, how moving, how all of that goes. If I can understand that and I take responsibility because I know the world doesn't owe me anything, I feel like you can do that as well. You're not getting evicted, you got the lease, and I'm moving out at the end of this month. And that's it. A sublet I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok.
Immediate reaction was just despair and desperation, and you can see it in my response to her. It's like, are we for real? Did I do something that offended you? Because I really want to stay. I'm very happy here. Mental health is so much better. And it was funny seeing her come back with, really, you're happy here? Your text says otherwise. And it was like, what do you mean? My text is specifically about your communication style, how you're unwilling to compromise. I like having these LED lights on that cost $5 to $10 a year. She was like, I don't want to spend the money on it. It's like, then don't. I will pay extra. Con Ed is in my name. And she's like, I still don't want to. And it's like, okay. I have this bad habit of just rolling over to keep the peace. Look at the sun. I was in the park a few weeks ago. I saw a hawk capture a smaller bird and flew up into the trees, and I hear all of the little birds squawking around it, and it was very traumatizing. I absolutely sobbed watching the feathers float down. But I knew I was seeing that for a reason. I posted about it on my Instagram story, and some people responded being like, I don't care that, the hawk needs to eat, it's just not right. Nature is neutral. Hawks exist to balance the ecosystem so there isn't overpopulation. They aren't doing this to be evil. They're just existing. They're just eating. A couple of days ago, I was like, holy shit. I continuously keep the peace because it was never safe for me in the past to speak up. Because when I did, I'd either get physically hurt, verbally assaulted.
Okay, am I crazy? But like the proliferation of like therapy speak to justify bad behavior is kind of crazy, right? Like, because, excuse me, one, she is trauma dumping, but that's not even really the actual point. The point is that like she's projecting, like, she's projecting her issues, from like she's projecting her issues from her previous abusive relationships onto like her roommate because her roommate doesn't want to re-sign her lease with her, right? And she's framing all of her roommate's behaviors as if it's like inherently abusive because of her past abusive relationships. And that is abusive. Like that's not good. That's why you go to therapy. Right? She saw her roommate enforce I think a valid boundary of like, hey, don't without asking, put your stuff in my space. And she was like, that's what my abusive roommate did to me, or that's what my abusive boyfriend did to me. Right? So you must be abusive too. Right? And again, that would also be one thing. But then she decided that she wants to go online and then blast this person in a 30-part TikTok series. And that makes her the good guy. And that's what's confusing to me. You know? They're making a GoFundMe about it.
emotionally abused. Last few months, I've been really working on myself. I feel like I'm recovering a lot of that, and it is calming my nervous system. And that is what this place has given to me, is peace. And it was sort of one of those moments where you're like, I either eat or I will continue to suffer and eventually die by not taking up space. I was on the phone with her old roommate, and her old roommate was giving me the tea on their dynamic. And you'll see in some of the texts, especially the one where she mentions that she would prefer to live with someone who is ethnic or POC. My response to that was like, I can't argue with that. I don't want to make someone uncomfortable. And everyone who was hearing about this was like, but that's racist for her to say. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I know that people have preferences, and like, I don't want to overstep. And the longer that I thought about it, it was like, but we don't even interact. What way is like having anyone else in your space going to be different? I don't even need to.
Oh, wait, well, hold on. She's like, well, there's nothing wrong with you having a person of color roommate, but like, we don't even interact. So what's wrong with having a white roommate too? Why even bring this up? Bring it up? It's because white people are persecuted, chat. You don't understand. White people are persecuted in this country. She's like, I am being persecuted and kicked out because I'm white. This ethnic roommate of mine is trying to do white flight to me. Just because she said that she would rather have a person of color roommate. I don't think Grandma got the leak. I think, here, we'll look at this. What is it? Oh, actually, I don't. Maybe Grandma does have the leak, actually. I don't know. Knowing what the leaks are before this gets out, every DSA member that's endorsed candidate needs to clarify that Planner is not a part of the DSA coalition and never was. And being tied to them with right-wing media is just because he's pro-Palestine is an albatross around the Demstock movement neck and always has been. I don't know the leak, bro. Why do I not know the leak? Okay, actually, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know it, please. Also, why is Charlie Kirk streaming Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing? I thought you were dead. What is going on? They came out yet, but both say he's canceled several events. But okay, yeah, we talked about that already. It's not confirmed right now, but it's floating around that it might be that there is a source confirming this now. What is it? No. I need to see it. I need to see it. Nope. I would need to see it with my own eyes. I would need to see it with my own eyes. Don't believe it. I would need to see it with my own eyes. He needs to drop out today and be arrested tomorrow. Urgent, please pay attention. Katz Morris or Katz. I confirmed from multiple sources within the NRSC, including a direct one that allows me to share this. Thus made me that says they think they have collected clear proof that your candidate, Grant Pliner, committed sexual war crimes in Iraq and sent K messages to minors and will drop them after a candidate replacement deadline. If he did do this, please persuade him to use his leverage to make sure that the replacement candidate is Troy Jackson if he drops out. If those accusations are fake, please prepare for proof to prove that they're not true in advance to counter that. I need to see it. I would need to see it. Who's the source? I don't know who the source is. I covered him postponing multiple events. I said that's not good. I would need to see it. Right? Him postponing the events is not good. Right? But that can mean anything. Abu Ghraib is dynamic enough for me, but if this has evidence to back it up, do you think he can run for office? Chatter, he got away with. Do you know how much he got away with? Not coming at you specifically, promise, right? Do you know how much he got away with? Honestly, seeing how much he got away with, I'm not surprised if he gets away with that as well. He's gotten so much leeway for so much stuff. right? And one of the earliest ones was him being a Blackwater mercenary. The fact that he's postponing evidence is damning. I don't think it's damning, right? Damning means a very specific thing. I don't think it's damning, right? It's weird, right? It definitely leads credence to like something's coming out, right? But I don't think it's damning. Not saying anything, but this is a random person trying to reach candidates via Twitter instead of through formal means. We need to wait. Yeah. Like genuinely, I said this back a few weeks ago, right? That I said this a few weeks ago. I hope this is not true because it means that there are victims of Grand Platter, right? I hope that he didn't do this. I'm hearing this is bad enough to make him drop out. Okay, really? Mason's tapped in, by the way. So like, Major Platter news is dropping soon. That's really bad. Spill the tea? No, don't need to do so. I'm willing to wait for it to drop, right? I don't need like people to like leak or spill things because like I think that they're worse than Swalwell. Are you serious? That's insane. This was confirmed. I trust Mason more than I trusted this random Twitter account. Who's Swalwell? Swalwell is a politician who not only dropped out of the governor race in California, but also dropped out of Congress because of his sexual assault allegation. Right? So if it's worse than Swalwell, it's his career ending. He did the same thing last time. Vague posts about something that will end his career and then drops his fully. It's not fully as bad, so people use the room in betweens these speculations to and the reality to defend horrible things. Yeah, but like I do trust that Mason has some information on it at the very least. Right? So but if this is dropped and there's evidence behind it, like I'm not even going to get into like freaking polymarket or whatever. Anger is probably going to defend this dude. We'll see. I just want to wait for it to. I want to wait for it to drop, right? But like, I don't want this to be the case, right? I have beef with like Graham Plattner for his like history and his like for his like Blackwater mercenary stuff. I don't want this to be the case. Like, I'm not like, yeah, we need this. Like, I don't want like Graham Plattner to like be like a sexual predator or whatever. You know? Like, it's just like, I want there to be a lesson here, just in general, a lesson here about like, you know, maybe we should have took the red flags 9 months ago and the Blackwater mercenary stuff 9 months ago a little bit more seriously, if that's the case. You know what I mean?
SU Spencer Collins just subscribed.
Maybe we should have taken it slightly seriously, right? Even if this is false, even if it comes out as to being nothing, right? I still stand on that, right? We should have taken that seriously 9 months ago when he first started to run and we first started to get this information out there. We should have. Oh, someone else was. I think someone else sent me something. I think I missed it. Where's it at? Spencer Collins, thank you for the 13 months. Busted up and thank you for the gifted sub. Hold on. I don't know how trustworthy this is. No, I'm not gonna show this. I'm gonna wait for confirmation. I'm waiting for confirmation. What's the alternative, Collins? It shouldn't have even gotten to Grand Platinum versus Collins. It shouldn't have even gotten there.
I was about to go get the Henny.
You know what I mean? And I think at the point that we are now, I think a lot of people have hitched themselves too closely to the Grand Platinum wagon, where like they look like the fools, right? Every single time something else drops. It could have been so simple. It could have been so simple of just being like, I don't like the Grand Platinum's pass. I don't like what he's done, right? But there's no other option, so it sucks, but that's what we have, right? It could have been so simple if that's what it was. I've been saying it for months. It could have been so simple. It could have just been that. It could have been, I hate that we're in this position, right? He's the best candidate, right? But that's all that we have. But no, it was, I need to defend every single little thing Grand Platinum has done because he is a referendum on the entirety of the leftist movement. Right? We had people pretending like they didn't know what a totem conf was, that they couldn't recognize Nazi tattoos, right? We had people pretend like Grand Platinum didn't actually work for Blackwater, and it's actually something different. It was actually totally different. It's actually not the same thing. You have people who are running defense for him every single step of the way when it could have been simple to be like, you know, his past is indefensible. And it's unfortunate that we have to support him, but he's all that we have. It must be from Grateful Dead, Orion Grimm. People would use some 23 vague posts about him being socialist, communist on Reddit, and they would ignore the literal hundreds of others. They were like, "Oh man, I do love to. Boy, do I love killing." Yeah, right. That's my frustration. That has been my consistent frustration about the Grand Platinum conversation. A consistent frustration, right? Is that nobody, like people's brains turned off when Grand Platinum came up. Their brains turned off when Grand Platinum came up. So far, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I don't understand. My brain is a thing. Your headphones make me hungry. I don't even get that. Is it because they're giant? I need to take them off because I hate how they make my ears sound. These are dropping today. Last drop as right after you ended stream. It did happen right after I ended stream. Yes. They said today or tomorrow. Talking about just hyper online take stuff. Most people in Maine just shrug and say they want change. I don't care what people in Maine say, chat. I don't do my content specifically about what people in Maine think. If I guided my content based upon what the normal American populace thinks, I would be a Zionist. I would have been a Zionist on October 8th, on October 10th, on November 11th or whatever. I don't guide my positionality and what I talk about and what I advocate for based on what the American populace believe. I do it based upon what I think is right and moral. Right? And it just happens to leave me on the side of the being, like not having to worry about whether or not I defended a sex pest. That's something that I have to worry about when stuff like this drops. It's just not. Because I base things off of what I think are morally righteous, right? And what I stand against are things that are morally repugnant. And so when you view politics in that lens, instead of about like, well, I think the racist American people, right? I think the racist people in Mississippi will love a racist. They would love a Klansman running, so we need to run a Klansman. Right? I don't do politics like that. I think racism is wrong and it's bad, and we should stand against it. This was just wasn't necessary. Also, doesn't make sense because he can't vote for Grant Plattner. Tom Clancy doesn't live in Maine. He doesn't live in Maine. Are you doing this? Because they're cucked. They're cucked. They're cucked to electoralism so closely that it literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You don't have to hold any sort of moral principle at all. While she's selling dollars for 20 cents, can not advise. I still think it's insider trading. I still think it's insider trading. But yeah. Exact same time frame. Excuse me. People find this guy funny or entertaining or progressive in any insightful way. But that's it, right? We'll wait for it to drop. Right? I'm not gonna stream until it drops, obviously. But like, I don't know. Right? Didn't I literally say it earlier? That I literally said it earlier today before we even knew anything would drop. Right? I said it's a little bit disrespectful the way that people compare Graham Plattner to like Abdul or to Zoran Mamdani. Right? It's just weird because like the average Zoran Mamdani controversy was like on his college application he wrote African American when there was no African bubble to circle. That's kind of weird. And then the Graham Plattner stuff is just like on a scale of like 0 to, or on a scale of like 1 to like a couple thousand. How many children do you think Graham Plattner has himself killed or whatever? Like it's just like. Average Zoran controversy isn't even about him, it's about his wife being too base. Yeah. I just like, I don't even know. I don't know what to say. Then they talk about Abdul, they mention Hassan. Yeah. And that's the best that they have. Right? And it doesn't even make any sense because Graham Plattner is not even like uniquely radical. Of everybody who's running right now for Congress, Graham Plattner of the progressive suite, like Graham Plattner is sitting like more progressive than Brad Lander, less progressive than like literally everybody else. That's where Graham Plattner sits in the spectrum of how radical he is. You know what I mean? He's not more left than everyone who won. Yeah. Or the scandal is that Graham Plattner said America deserved 9/11. I don't think they would be doing that if that was the case. Personally, but you know, time will tell, I guess. Doesn't use the term a socialist, dem sock, etc., but he's held up like a radical. Official rumors, the last Oppo dump, weren't as bad as the actual reporting. The pattern follows as he did something to a kid in Iraq. I mean, well, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. Right? I don't want to speculate. Well, like time will tell, and we'll see. Right? It could, and genuinely, I do hope that like the drop is not as bad as like people are framing it as. Right? Like I did. Any first-hand sources for essay besides Twitter? Nothing has dropped yet, chat, so we don't know. We don't know. I just like It's just I'm just frustrated that we're even in this place to begin with. Like, how many times do we need to sit here and think, are we going to find out that Graham Plattner has committed another crime before people realize maybe we could have did a little bit better? You know, maybe we could have done like slightly better. His last drop has multiple sexual assault allegations. Before it came out, it wasn't sexual assault allegations. Not defending Platter, but I'm not gonna judge the story before we even know what it is. Tyler, you just came in here and said exactly what I just said back to me. You just said exactly what I said back to me. Like, I did not just say exactly those words. I agree with you. Okay, you got to be more specific about that. You got to know when Graham Plattner is on the screen. Right, you got to be more specific. I'm primed. Was there another candidate in the beginning that was looked past? I mean, in the beginning, any candidate is a candidate. Candidates have started like their campaigning sooner than he has, and have already won the primary at this point. And Maylon is a great example, right? We had literally an entire year, right? Yeah, Zoran Mamdani was polling at a single %. Right? He went from polling at a single % to winning his election in the time that we had to replace Graham Plattner. If we wanted to, and if we actually had a movement pushing for somebody better, we could have gotten somebody better. You know what I mean? Better was handpicked by Bernie surrogates. I don't know if surrogate's technically the correct term, right? But we could have had somebody else. Objectively speaking, the entire race, multiple viable candidates dropped out when she jumped in. Anyway, we'll look. We'll wait for it to drop. Wait for it to drop. I don't know if I have any words specifically. You know what? While I'm here, I'll remove my block on Graham Plattner's name on Twitter. Even though I know y'all will come in here and yell at me if there's an actual article that drops. It might not drop today. It might drop tomorrow. Right? It might not drop at all. Taking off Graham Plattner, all 6 different versions of his spellings. Hey, you know what? I'll take off Hawk 202. Do we stonewall any truly progressive socialists? I don't know if stonewall is the correct term. Unblock pop base while you're at it. You know what? Why not? I'm already getting into the dirt. I'll unblock pop base. Sure. Oh wait, I can't even. I have to go. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah. All right, pop base. You're unblocked. You're free. They said they're going to hold it until after the July 13th candidate replacement deadline. So you'd have to drop out in advance of his candidacy to be replaced, aka not happening. Yeah. But like, they have to hold it and it not be leaked. And so, gotta unblock DoorDash. Nope, I saw DoorDash, I kept it blocked. And so, will it hold? Like, will the dam of leaks hold until the 13th? I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll see. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I don't even know if I can go back to the roommate stuff now. Thanks for making bro's cortisol spike. Thank you, Sloney. Are you doing polls on other candidates? Probably. He's probably dropping out. If he actually has to drop out now, I'm going to be pissed. genuinely, I'm going to be extremely frustrated if he actually drops out. Right? Also, if he drops out and he loses, no matter what gets dropped in the next week or whatever, I'm going to be yelled at anyway. You know what I mean? It's going to be Sean's fault. Joe Biden vibes. It is very Joe Biden, isn't it? He dropped out around the same time. Playing the black man, true. We all know it'll be your fault. We're gonna throw it all out. Black lefties already clocked that he was a weirdo. I think less about that. I think more they're gonna throw it on anybody who was like anti-Plattner, right? And then gesture towards the establishment, but that's gonna get like it's gonna be you know, like ricocheting to hit black leftists as well. I get a banner ad when I have a sub. I don't know, actually. Try to refresh. Maybe they'll pick a POC replacement and then use that time. They lose little time to prepare and excuses why I won't work like Kamala. True. Why would it be your fault if he drops out? I'm confused. I mean, people have already claimed that like people who are anti-Plattner is the reason why his polling numbers have gone down. And I've already vaguely gestured towards anti-Plattner people are the reason why Plattner may lose. Right? So if he actually does have to, if he actually stays and he actually does lose, then like, we'll hear the end of it. Or is they gonna act like they were never wrong? They didn't forget about it. Oh, like John Fetterman. I want to know something even more insane that is also real. There's a non-zero chance that if he drops out, Patrick Dempsey will replace him. Who's the most progressive other person in the race? Is the actor? What numbers went down after the infidelity? No, I don't think it was the infidelity conversation. I think it was that was a part of it, but I think it was a lot of his. He was way more popular in the primary. What I'll say, right when they were only polling Democrats against Janet Mills, he was significantly more popular than he is now, as it pertains to running against Susan Collins. He's still like he's not like behind per se. But he didn't have like he had like a 30-point lead on Janet Mills. Like it was insane. Right? He doesn't have like the same level of a lead against what's his face? Or what's her face? Janet Mills. Oh, sorry, other one, Susan Collins. I think I do get part of the story maybe hitting the timeline today. Did you just get in? We covered it for the last like 10 minutes. So you literally missed me covering it. Dragon just got here. No, yes, you did. You did. Unfortunate. Everyone's saying Graham's name on Twitter now thinking of you. I'm not the person you think about, bro. Think about somebody else first, please. I'm not the biggest Graham Plattner hater, okay? I am not the biggest Graham Plattner hater. Graham Plattner has a lot of haters. I'm not at first. Yeah, don't think about me first. Come on now. I'm not. I can hate him way more than I already did. Washington Reporter says he's going to drop out. What? A well-placed source told us that Graham Plattner is dropping out of the Senate main Senate race this week. Note that Plattner has yet to release his Q2 fundraising goals totals, a sign that he may have underperformed expectations. I don't know. They're center right, so like they would probably like it if he did anyway. Yeah, I need to see it. 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 I would need to see it. Genuinely. I almost missed the power out. I would need to see it. But the oyster farming, I guess. No, not even there yet. Not even there yet. In my mind, I'm operating like this. One, nothing is going to drop. Or if it does drop, it won't be that bad. And two, he's not going to drop out. Right? Me thinking anything else would be cope. I don't want to cope right now. So I'm operating under the assumption that he's going to stay in and whatever they're dropping won't be crazy. Right? And I will wait to be proven wrong. Right? Because last time they said that like they're going to drop a huge bombshell and it wasn't like, you know, but they literally, it was Brett said it earlier, they literally, you know, hammed it up being like, oh, this is going to ruin his career. And then they're like, oh, actually, not that bad. Not that bad, actually. You don't believe that in your heart. I do agree that he probably isn't dropping part. Probably isn't dropping part just because literally hasn't dropped already, even though it has come out. Yeah, but I think that if this is like really bad, like if this is what some people have been saying that it is, he can't survive. Right? Like I think he would be able to survive as like a candidate, but like they can't drop bigger bombshells than Platinum already launched. I think they can try. I'm saying they didn't say that he was planning on dropping out. I mean, that's true. Last time, if you remember, what they said was, they said it's bad but not campaign ending, 1. And 2, there will be something else coming. Honestly, can't see Americans didn't seem to care for multiple tours, private military contract. That's different though, you know? Like, you can't be calling Trump a pedophile if like there's like credible allegations against you. And the Democrats can't run on like Trump is a pedophile if they have, you know what I mean? Did he cancel events during the last controversy? No. He was on camera that night. He was literally he was prepared on camera that night. Right? So he could be canceling events specifically so he's ready to go on camera when this drops. Right? But yeah, he talked to Chris Hayes on MS Now that night. And it was just deny. Right? And then, oh, you know what? I'm going to show you the Chris Hayes thing.
I just want...
Because he was asked if there was more that was going to drop. And I said I didn't believe him.
You'll win.
Wrong thing. Sorry. Chris Hayes. Do you remember this, chat? It was 1 month ago. Chris Hayes asked him as his last question, do you think that there was going to be, is there more out there? He said no, and I said, I don't believe you. Literally, you can probably look at my VODs. I said, I do not believe you.
Had to go through to get where I am today, and I'm very proud of who I am today, and I'm very proud of the movement that we've built up here in Maine.
Just to be clear, just about revisiting, right? I mean, I think channeling concerns, I think, of Democratic voters.
Your alt channel? Oh, was it on my alt channel? That makes sense.
Democratic officials and a lot of people, right? That it's not a question of revisiting, right? It's new revelations, like vis-a-vis, texts or pictures. I know you want to give some privacy in marriage, but I really do feel like I need to get these answers from you, which is like, the people you were texting with, whatever that was, in whatever context, they were adult women, you knew that, and it was consensual. Is that true?
Yes.
And you have that you confirmed that. You knew their age.
I told you when he said this, I was like, that's weird. Do you remember? Do you remember when I showed you this? Right? I told you when he said this, I said, that is a weird questions to ask. They're very specific questions to ask. You know? I was like,
yes. Oh God. I mean, yeah. Yes, of course.
Won't be surprised at this point if he worked with security on Epstein's Island. That would not surprise me in the slightest. Right? My worldview is this, right? There's no way somebody could have done so much stuff, right? There is literally only so much bad you can cram into a single person. He hasn't been alive for that long. It's not like he's like 60 plus years old. He's like 40 something. Trump is like 65, right? 68 or whatever. Like he's like 1.5 times as old as Grant Plattner is. So I get that. You know what I mean? Or is he 80? I don't know. Oh, sorry. All old people are the same to me. If you're above the age of 65, you're 80 years old to me. It's like all young kids are 25. Yes. The question is, how is Kick still a thing? It's notoriously platform for pedos. That's what I said, bro. I said that. I literally said that a month ago. I said, I can't get the pedo platform. I said it's literally used for nothing. I said it is literally used for nothing except for like pedophiles. Right next to Roblox. At least Roblox has games. Gosh darn it. There's nothing on Kick except for children and pedophiles. Maybe a third group of people who are like, you know, they just don't know. Oh yeah, apparently also for sex workers. I didn't know that. I was not aware of that. Roblox without games. That's like the one of those things that's like baby shoes never worn. Roblox without games. It is a sentence that tells all the stories. Every single story. All right. You know what? 25 more subs. We hit 1,000. When this drops, I go live. If this drops, I go live. But I will be unavailable next week for a few days anyway. So if it drops next week, you're cooked. Anybody moving fast enough for that? Anyone who's willing to drop 25? Nobody believes that? What do you mean nobody believes that? I'll go live. Pippin Jungle for the 5 get the subs. Much appreciated. Pete is thinking for the 13 months. Wow. He's gonna drop as soon as you go off like last time. That's literally what happened last time. You'll go live anyway? Okay, you got me. You got me! Oh, okay, fine, you win. I will go live anyway, okay? Jeez Louise. You got me. I got. Ugh. You can't resist? Yeah, you're right. I can't resist. I do hope I'm proven wrong, though. I hope the story that drops is that Grant Plattner made his lobster too buttery. That's what I do hope. I hope a good story on Grant Plattner drops, actually. So that I don't have to, like, deal with people trying to defend that as well. Just like, what to the oysters? King everything for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Vikings eating for the 5 gifted subs as well. What are we at? We're at Hype Train has started. I think we're at like 15 away. That's 20. Is that 20? My number's late. He thought a bunch of puppies instead? Yeah. Okay. It was false too because it would if it were. Yeah. Because the point was too much though, so many flags. There were so many flags. Even Klein, the master of attractionist, did something highly problematic again. Let me drink and sit down. He actually didn't do anything, actually. It's him losing a case, which is kind of funny. Anyway, I don't know. Anything else, chat? I didn't finish the Caleb Hammer video. I got distracted by that.
F4 RT Princess gifted a tier 1 sub to Jesse JJ.
You draw graham crackers at 1,000 subs? No. Probably need to eat lunch before go live there for Power Hour. Oh, I already ate. Lunch. I am tired though. What if I take a nap and I wake up to like 50 Discord messages? 50 Discord messages, 50 Discord pings. I woke it up by getting added on Twitter. We'll see. I will say, him canceling the events. Where's my bonnet go? Oh, I was like, hello? I was like, hello?
I live like a capitalist every single day.
He canceled too? Yeah, he canceled 3 of his campaign events for the next 2 days.
Just subscribed.
Here.
Doing my part, salute.
We're about to cancel multiple scheduled town halls as progressive allies tease another scandal is about to hit his campaign. Kinsley isn't good considering he's just tanked other allegations. Yeah. Project thing for the 3 months. Did you change your name color?
Spy check just subscribed. Love all.
Wait, you don't even follow me. How did you even do that? James Great Day over the 35 month. Oh. Right. That's a second account. Where are we at? 3 subs away, chat. 3 subs away from 1K. Sub and not following. Honestly, kind of based. Because they can't chat because they don't follow. The sub is based. Just out now, the Fetterman will take all the credit for calling him P Hustle. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not an optics Andy, but man, it makes the left look so bad. I linked Prime for the act. Okay. I love you didn't do it on your main account though. You linked Prime to subscribe on your second account, which is kind of funny. Dalek Strikes over the 5 gifted subs, and that is 1K. We hit 1K again. Oh. I was about to say leftist does not mean great person. Yeah. That was part of the point is lose no matter what happens to him. Birthday cards? No. Maybe I'll read my birthday cards for last year or this year. Would that be a list for you? Yeah. Surely everyone will reflect and change their analysis and be normal about this. Nah. I don't think so. How do you think this one will go? I doubt Platinum will drop out. It's 50-50, damaging how managers react to everything else. It genuinely depends on what it is. I also don't think it will drop. He'll drop out. I don't think like Mainers will radically change how they feel about him, but like he needs to be doing better than he's doing now against like Susan Collins. Right? He doesn't have as strong of a showing as he did against Janet Mills. And so like every controversy after the primary hurts him. So will he win if he doesn't drop out? I don't know. It has not come out yet, no. Will he actually drop out? I don't think so. People underestimate what it takes to beat Susan Collins once again. Bro, if Susan Collins runs away with this again, I will go insane. This will be the second time. People were like, yeah, we got this in the bag. And then it's just like victory, like sliding through the grasps of our hands. Right? We're grasping defeat from the jaws of victory, if you will. Got money on dropping out. He ain't built for this. He survived a lot so far. So I don't know. Right? But it really depends on what it actually is. Right? But if you watch the way that Mainers talk about Graham Plattner, they say, and I quote, "We have a pedophile president." So, you know, so long as it's not that, anybody's better than Susan Collins, who loves this president. You know what I mean? And so if it is that, it's, you feel me? Like, so far, for sure, but why cancel? Seems like he was caught off guard once again. Exactly, it's Blue MAGA. I mean, I think he might have canceled because he wants to be, again, last controversy, he went on Chris Hayes' MS Now that night. As soon as New York Times dropped the article, 3 hours, like 4 hours later, he was on MS Now. He could have canceled his events to go on the news as soon as this drops to damage control. I can see that being the case as well. But him canceling does not look good. It actually doesn't look good. It looks not like optics wise, but like it doesn't bode well for like what's coming out. It's not like he doesn't know, right? There are people who know what's coming out, and Graham Plattner is one of them. He knows exactly what's coming out. You feel me? If I was Collins, I wouldn't do many public events and I wouldn't debate him. Her being unable to talk without sounding like a million years old is Plattner's primary strength. Yeah. Last controversy was so overhyped. I don't know what to think. I think it was like overhyped on purpose, right? It was a part of the strategic like strategy of like building it up just so I could be like, oh, that was basically nothing, kind of thing. But they also weren't calling that he needs to drop out from this, right? Like how they were talking about the last one was like, yeah, it's not good, but you know, not as bad as the not as bad as enough to drop him out, you know, not that bad. It's not good, but it's like not terrible kind of thing, right? Here, people were like, people who have been leaked are like, yeah, no, he gotta go. He gotta go, kind of thing, you know. So then 2 weeks ago, one came out about grenade launcher war crimes. Mason said it was giving thing is bad, gives me alarm bells because he was spamming the Swalwell stuff in a song chat song. Yeah, because like Mason's in the know. Like he's like Mason like knows what people are saying like in politics, especially in California politics, right? And so I trust Mason when he has like information. So it doesn't look good. There are definitely people saying Susan Collins should replace him, and that's why she said she was still. You mean Janet Mills? The truth was on us for it. Yeah. The real question is, how will this be defended? I bet to see some healthy debates around the age of consent in left spaces. Yeah. Yeah, you pull like the old Destiny debate tactics specifically to defend Graham Plattner. He's like, well, you know, how old, really? That's nightmare scenario. Okay, but do you really think people are gonna hang it up after this? You know? Like after everything that's come out so far, you think that like this will be the thing people are like, actually, you know what? This is a bad guy. I my thought process is full Darvo, right? Like they just deny, they discredit, they just, ignore and they move on. Idiocy in a Rock reminds me of right when I see this in the wild. Stop. The round purity testers and ultras, you just hate power, yeah. Or is everything, why are we saying that it's underage / minor? That's the whispers that we've seen a little bit. Right? We don't know. We still don't know. It could be literally anything. Right? But we've seen a few whispers that it could be related to such. But we're waiting for confirmation. I'm praying for Darvo. It's somehow our fault when he was the trash candidate. The defense will be just like MAGA. It's a non-sourced. And if that doesn't work, then just look at our president. Yeah, but that doesn't really work. He's like, well, yeah, because if that doesn't work, because that's basically saying, well, our president can be a pedophile, so why can't our candidates? You know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine people going that far. Like, genuinely. The Twitter left is already trying to say this is some Israeli psyop. It's really close to Ezra Klein being like, we need more pedophile candidates or something. I don't think that's exactly what he said, but I understand the point. Like an ultra instinct, the way I gotta keep caring about them. Country is such a failure. Anyway, that's all I have, chat. I don't feel like I can go back to the roommate stuff, unfortunately. Or the Gideon stuff. Or maybe we can go to the Caleb Hammer stuff again. But I kind of want to end stream so I can come back later if it does come out. If it doesn't, you'll hear from me tomorrow, I guess. My guess is that since this is the first time, despite the partner has abused minors at the domestic violence abuse that is a Republican, Insider was last minute switch until now. Insider was last minute switch until now. Oh, it's a Republican Insider. It was the last minute switch until now. Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't mean the brief when it drops. Please do. Miss you already. I'll be back apparently. So Israel is making up allegations against a random Maine, but didn't do it for any other candidate of recent being accused of misogyny is not the same as this. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Weird. I hate that this is where we are, bro. Hate that this is where we are. That people tie themselves so closely to Graham Plattner. For what? It should literally be, allegations against Graham Plattner? Oh, well. That's not surprising. Unfortunate. And then people can stop talking about it, right? But you have like leftist commentators who have 8 videos on Graham Plattner, nothing on Chris Rabb, right? Nothing on Daria Lisa, nothing on Maylot. I don't know. Anyway, well, we'll see what happens. Okay, happy you stream for real? Well, don't get used to it. The last story dropped on a Monday. I think I would remember that. I don't remember. So I have no idea. We're young black men in these spaces. It was midweek. People are saying today or tomorrow, so we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna go lay down or something. Yeah. I'm gonna go lay down or something. This is what happens when you only hope conservatorialism being saved by some great man the Cure is organized and see working people winning with everything else against them. Yeah. So we know so far the Platinum had a kick account, a messaging app, the National Center of Sexual Exploitation, DC-based child advocacy nonprofit called one of the most notorious apps for predator adults to target young children. Yeah. Right. That's not like scamming or anything. It depends on like when he was on the account, but he was on the account in 2019, I think. I think it was 2018, 2019. So it's like yeah, I had a kick account when I was 12. You know, like 2011 or whatever. But he's like, there's a photo of him full adult, bare chested out on Kick. It just doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. Anyway, I can stay here whatever in the app, but I don't think anything productive is going to come for it. We'll see. What's Kick? I was going to say Google it. Don't Google it, actually. Objectively, don't Google it. But yeah, thank you for watching, chat. Follow my art account. That's where I post art and stuff. On my art account. Follow my second channel. I'll be drawing more on that channel. Kick greater than Kick. Bro, I can't say anything about that because Kick will not stop emailing me to join the platform. They're like, yo, bro, please join our platform. No, I will not. Stop. Any San Diego updates? No. They still have my stuff. John's Day streams. I'm hyped. Please no. Please God no. I watch you on this channel, your secret third account I know about. Yeah. That Ferdinand? Yes, I drew that too. So he's moved to San Diego at this point. Jeez Louise. So the predators flocking into kicking related platforms? I don't freaking know, bro. No idea. Anyway, they're sticking to songs and they were like, become a song hater for money. They didn't even tell me how much money they would offer me. I might have considered it. Who knows? Your point about the Mandani versus Platinum scandals. I just saw someone on Twitter complain that none of these extras in Mandani's fourth speech smiled or waved for the flags they were holding. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Anyway, stop trying to keep me here. All right. You know you could just drop Platinum on the timeline and I'll read it. Okay, stop it. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I'm not reading anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Parmesan.